conspiracies.
Hello there, how you doing? What are you saying here? How's it going? Happy day and all that stuff, yes. Same to yous all. Merry whatever it means to you. How we all keeping alright? Let me get through some of this here again. I'm just going to repeat myself, but I think it has to be done. I had a wee listen to a couple of things. One that caught my attention was Natch talking to Bev on the level guy, you know, another display of intellectual dishonesty, another display of people with absolutely no backbone. Well, they sit about and profess that they're interested in truth and invested in truth and logic and reason and all this stuff. A lot of these, you know, people, you know, want to put that robe on, but don't truly walk that path, which is a real, you know, issue for me. Really pisses me off. There's so many spineless people in this world. Spineless. Right? Don't talk about logic, don't talk about reason, because you've not got the first fucking clue about logic and reason. The rest of the world don't have a fucking clue about logic and reason, all the things that they hold to be true, the beliefs that they hold, and regardless of how absurd these beliefs are, they still try and defend them. Okay? So the earth moves, the earth's in motion, that's a fact that you can demonstrate to yourself. Now, it's about understanding the process of how you get to that, which is not that complicated. And I'm going to help you. Right? And from here on in, don't tell me you're invested in logic and reason or you're invested in looking for truth. Because all I see is a bunch of people squirming, trying to run the opposite direction. Well, trying to point the finger at genuine, honest people who are endeavouring to make a difference and establish what's actually going on in this reality. Okay? The earth moves. End of fucking story. There's no way that you're ever going to escape that. All you can do is deny it. And by your denial, you're going to show yourself. Because the minute that you turn away from objective reality, is the minute that you start to sound absolutely batshit crazy. Okay? Now you can talk about conspiracies and geometries and all this other stuff that's going on within the room, if you like. Right? Oh, ambiguous and you know, things that are out with your prime experience that you have to invest faith and trust in and listen to personalities. What I'm offering you here right now is things that you can test directly for yourself. Now, if you think that you can reason your way out of what these tests show you, these practical physics tests, then by all means. But I'm going to warn you that whatever reason you offer up, you're going to sound absolutely insane. The reason I know that is because I have to go through the same process myself. I don't just sit down, have a light bulb moment and then start blurting things out. I sit and ponder them, think about them, try and break them. Think about where I'm coming from. Okay? And if the logic's sound, the reasoning is sound, that's backed by practicality, then I accept my reality, and so should you. Okay? Too much squirming. Too much weak-minded nonsense going on. So I'm going to go through the process first and foremost, and then I might have a wee listen to, you know, give an example of people like Bev on the level thinking or whatever. Try thinking. Maybe you should try that yourself. This is a person who I've had a couple of discussions with, who sits there and tries to act dumb. Okay? So, again, it's not a witch hunt. It's using these people, they're useful idiots. They give you an example of how to highlight the disingenuous behaviour, the illogical approach that these people have, right? And how they're influenced by peer pressure, influenced by what they've sold out to in themselves, that being the acceptance of other people. You're never going to get to the truth if you operate in those realms, editing yourself, monitoring yourself based on what other people might think of you. The truth, that reality does not care about whether you're accepted or not. So don't wield the sword of truth if you're not prepared to stand by it and actually represent the reality. You're not kidding anybody on, especially no me. I see right through you, and I have the articulation skills, I have the logic and the reason to absolutely expose the utter stupidity and downright ignorance from these people and the rest of the world at large. Call it arrogant if you like. It's just the truth. You can come here and sit in front of me and try and offer me your windswept, fallacious fucking reasoning all you like. I'm going to highlight your squirming and your inability to reason concisely, supported by practical reference. Nobody out there, whether you believe in a globe earth, a stationary flat earth, a concave earth, or a triangle earth, or a square earth, or any of these idiotic nonsense postulations. I spoke openly and outwardly a long time ago when I first arrived on YouTube about the adopting models attitude. I was met by a barrage of hatred. I had the label slung at me that I was divisive for the sake of being divisive, when I clearly pointed out to activists, why were you going out and being an activist with depictions of a flat earth, an image just as cartoony, just as ridiculous as a globe earth image that you professed you had left? Now what's happened from that? Now you've got a bunch of idiotic, illogical, irrational morons utilising a straw man model, e.e. pizza dish dome earth, right, and professing that they're going to observe a 24-hour sun. Because that was the game, to get you to adopt a model. Falsification is independent of replacement. Right? You and I were born into the globe earth cult. The globe earth has the burden of proof. So we analyse every facet of the globe earth. Pure and simple. And then we find what other aspects of reality we can uncover in the process. This is the problem in the attitude. It's the same as mainstream science. Mainstream science is couched and surrounded by existential stories and narratives. True science is not a story. It requires no existential story, historical story, spiritual, metaphysical narratives. True science is just an observer exploring the physical reality that they find themselves in and discovering what actually is, without the necessity to attach some narrative of our existence to that. And it's the same mentality that brought people to adopting these models, these depictions of the earth that they find themselves in, whether it be globe, concave, flat. They're going to skew your perceptions, they're going to skew your discernment. You're going to end up defending something that's not true. And then agents of propaganda are going to utilise that against you in order to try and demean the true position and take the focus away from what we should be focusing on, which is full exploration of the realm and a focus on the claim that we were born into, which is a globe earth. Now, as predicted, what comes up in my feed? Flat earther travels to Antarctica to prove conspiracy, immediately regrets it. From a channel with 1 million subscribers, 20 years ago, 156,000 views. And that's only one channel. You watch what happens now. Right? because people don't pay attention and people don't listen, they don't discern. I'm divisive for telling you, don't adopt a model. You're under no obligation to adopt any sort of model. But people have messiah complexes. People have a view of themselves that they think superior, and that blinds them to being a proper, rational, logical person with discernment. Immediately you're entering into another cult with cult mentality, and you're going to be disingenuous in everything that you put your attention to because you're defending nonsense. I'm sick and tired of people trying to draw upon, you know, what people said 1,000 years ago. Oh, look at this picture that people said the earth was, it's an egg on pillars and stuff. Look at my wee drawings. Absolutely fucking idiotically absurd. Do you actually think that this reality is some man-made conception of a little geometric symbol, like a circle or a square or a triangle? Is that what you really think? Is that how dim-witted and childlike your mind is? That you cannot observe this realm and realise the sheer sophistication, the sheer intelligence behind this, that you want to try and whittle it down into some God's eye view of a little circle or a triangle or a square? Eh? I suggest that you wind your neck in. Refrain from indulging in your messiah complex. Humble yourself. There's true magic going on around you right now, and this realm cannot be summed up and categorised in some little man-made geometric concept, okay? You're within it and you're part of the effects. The only thing you're capable of is exploring it from within. That's the reality. So, people offering you false idols, false images, be very wary of them. I warned about this 10 years ago. And now you're going to see where it takes you. I have seen an endless amount of absurdity from flairfs who quite blatantly represented themselves as flat earthers with a circular flat earth with a dome and a circling sun and all this stuff, right? And now they've just descended into a new level of absurdity. Again, I said this a few years ago. I am glad that I brought this forward, because what it done was create a distance, a gap between me and this idiotic cult. Not only the Flairf cult, the Globe Earth cult. Two cults doing battle to see how much they can outdo each other with each other's stupidity. Who can be the most stupid? Who's the smartest stupid? Who wins the stupid award? None of these people were ever interested in objective progression, objective inquiry. A shambles. So, to these naysayers, fence sitters, squirmers, you know, the sorts with a lack of a spine, let me show you how you know that the earth's in motion with solid logic, solid reason, backed by practical reference. Not only that, we can manipulate variables. Okay? So that'll be unbelief. On all the depictions of ancient cosmologies, I think I touched on that. You know, people, again, I don't reason from a position of drawing on any sort of authority. The authority is reality, because that's the equaliser. Reality is the thing that equalises us all. There's no sophistry out there in objective reality. But if you're lending your attention to other men and women, they're going to utilise sophistry. They're going to try and mind bend you into believing their nonsense. I even heard Candace Owens interviewing Bart Sibrel, and Candace said some things about, well, if our foundations are wrong, right, then that's a major thing, which is very, very true, something I've been saying for a long, long time. But then Candace says things like, it doesn't really matter whether the earth's flat or no. Well, Candace, it does matter. It does matter. Because it negates certain things, particularly when you learn about the earth's true motion, the force that creates your reality, that gives you a foundation, that gives you orientation and sets the conditions of our experienced reality. Without that force being present, that active motion, reality would be in utter chaos. You would not exist. So there's so many, aspects of people professing that they're invested in truth, but only to a point that suits them. I'm an absolutist. I go to the ends. I'm not here to dip my toes in the water and then sit on my pedestal professing that I'm some sort of fucking messiah. Well, it's the downplaying, shaking water bottles. This is the rhetoric of agents of propaganda who have a weak position and have to try and demean the things that threaten them, right? By hand wave dismissing them with idiotic statements like, dropping water bottles, knowing fine well that it's a misrepresentation of the position. But again, it's a projection of their weakness. It's their problem. Yes, Merry Christmas and all that. Natch, how's it going? I was just mentioning, Nachketa, about your little interaction with Bev. I never listened to the whole thing. Andrew sent me a timestamp of the Vector talk, and oh my goodness, talk about squirming, talk about being disingenuous. Somebody that rattles on about level and straight lines. Here's the thing, Bev and people like it. A straight line has no orientation. When a straight line has an orientation, that being affected by a motion vector, then it has an orientation that we ascribe as level. Okay? Level is an attribute of something. It's an effect of something. It's an orientation. And I'm going to show you how you comprehend that. Nobody can level without a reference to the plumb, because the plumb is the true line. Okay? Plumb. All plumb lines are parallel, because all plumb lines denote and show you the motion vector. You can have a little spirit level with an air bubble in it. Right? That air bubble is being pushed in a particular direction, so that whenever you tilt your level, the air bubble moves towards the direction that it's being pushed in. Okay? So you when your orientation level is correct when the air bubble is between the two spaces in the centre of the apparatus that you're using. Without reference to that, you have no level. What are level? What are levels? Because it's been acted upon. Again, the push of the earth. The push of the earth displaces it because water being matter has inertia, resistance to the motion. Okay? Now it's a fluid and it equalises when the force is present. So water doesn't seek its level. Water is levelled by the force acting upon it, which is the motion vector. Stuart Lundy, hello there. Brandon Cook, blood sticker. So anyhow, a force, let's start here, okay? Because this has to be understood. A force is simply matter in motion. So let me show you this, because this is difficulties that people seem to be having, okay? Now, say we've got a piece of matter. Matter has no ability to move, accelerate, decelerate. Matter cannot do diddly squat. It's dead, innate matter. Okay? Now, if matter moves, there's a cause. So something external to the matter makes it move. Okay? So if we have another piece of matter moving in a particular direction that impacts another piece of matter, we ascribe that this piece of matter is the force. Okay, very difficult for me to try and write on this, so you just need to bear with me. Okay, that is what we know. F equals ma, mass times acceleration. So they're equating force to matter in motion. Now, depending on the size of the matter, how fast the matter moves and impacts this one, they're going to ascribe the amount of force. But the force is just simply the matter in motion, contacting other matter and making it move. And it's an infinite regress from that point. Okay? You cannot have motion by no motion. Something does not move unless a change occurs. Now, a change is motion. If anybody can show me change without motion, by all means. If anybody can show me motion without motion causing the motion, by all means. You're going to have a real tough time because it's no reality. These are bare facts. Okay? Matter moves because something external acted upon it and made it move. Now, the thing that acts upon the piece of matter that you observe to move has to be moving itself. Thank you very much. There's a smoke there for you.
Thank you.
It's that simple. Okay? Now, if you get two pieces of matter pressed against each other, you can say nothing's moving, but there's a pressure here between them. Well, that's because one of them is being pushed towards the other one. There is no instance of force that you can give that is not a motion of something towards something else. If we see matter moving, something moved that impacted it and made it move, and it's a regress from there. You cannot escape this. That's the facts. Okay? Go through these. So, when we see a scenario like this, okay, where we have air and we have water connected to the earth on the reference frame of earth, then we know we have an orientation. Okay? Now, not only that, we know that as we observe air bubbles rising, again, this is just simple demonstrations. Whatever direction the force goes in, you're going to see the air bubble pushed in that direction. Now, the density, what people call density or sinking or falling, is an apparent motion in a particular vector. Okay? It's not actually moving in a downwards direction. Anyhow, when we observe this situation, as Andrew held this here, the air bubbles rising. So what do we conclude? Well, we comprehend the air bubble within the fluid. Okay, the air bubble cannot move of its own volition. We understand that. If we observe that the air bubble is travelling in a particular direction, we know for a fact that there's an external thing acting upon it. Okay, so remember what we said. If one thing moves, it's because something else moved, impacted it, and makes it move. Or continues to press on it and continues to make it move in a particular direction. So, we know the air bubble is moving in an upwards trajectory. Okay, air bubble moving upwards. So, we now conclude, and we know for sure, that it's the water that is being compressed and being pushing the air bubble up in a particular direction. You'll know this because if you watch an air bubble being pushed upwards, the bottom of it will probably be flattened out. I know that's a square. I'm trying to draw this. Pain in the arse, this fucking thing here. So we'll get two air bubbles. Usually they're flattened out in the bottom because the compression is from beneath. Okay? So the water's being compressed that's pushing on the air bubble, causing it to rise through the medium. Now, again, what's pushing the water? Okay, the containment. The container that's holding the water is being pushed in a particular direction, in this case, upwards. Okay, so the container that I am now holding, that I am standing upon the earth, I am being pushed by the earth. The earth is pushing up on me, pushing on the container, pushing on the water, pushing on the air bubble, making the air bubble rise. As we can see in this example from Andrew here. Again, we have a pressure gradient, we have a less dense material floating to the top, stretching the spring. Now, to demonstrate the rationale, the reason, the logic, the practicality, in your face, undeniable.
It will always appear to move towards the back of the container.
As you can see, as Andrew accelerates the vessel in that direction, you get a reorientation. The compression now in here, the force acting on it, is acting in that direction, pushing the light material in the direction of the force.
And push the air towards the front. In other words, the air will always get pushed in the direction.
Now, we can make predictions based on that knowledge. Now we understand and we can make a prediction that in this sort of vessel, when it's released, there is not going to be much of a change here because the object and its contents are still in an upwards trajectory, losing momentum due to inertia. Because the force that was acting here, that would have caused the compression of the air bubble and making it rise, is removed. There's only a separation of the matter when the force is present and active. Now, as long as nothing external acts upon that, that orientation is going to remain the same. So, we can make a prediction that when released in freefall, this is what we're going to experience. Now, we go to claims being made of downwards acceleration. Now, we can test what happens, as I've just shown you here. When there's an acceleration, i.e. an external force, motion acting upon the vessel and its contents, you're going to see a displacement happen that's relative to the direction that the force is going in. So we comprehend that, we can practically demonstrate that, okay? So now, based on those observations and those little tests, you can form a hypothesis, you can start to make predictions. And one of the predictions would be that what we call buoyancy and density, that being air rising and objects appearing to fall within a medium, the prediction would be that once it's removed from the push of the earth and put into air, where air cannot push on it the same as a solid, what we're going to predict is going to happen is there's going to be a ceasing of air rising and materials sinking within a particular medium. And lo and behold, that's exactly what we find. Then you can make a prediction that as soon as it comes into contact with the earth again, something solid that can press upon the solid material, what's going to happen is buoyancy and density are again going to return. Just like so. And as I said, if you note the shape of the bubble, you can see it flattened out in the bottom because a compression wave is acting in that direction, pushing the air bubble up. The ball bearing is not going anywhere. The ball bearing is still going on an upwards trajectory. It's just that the water within it cannot push in the ball bearing. Ergo, it remains or continues in its velocity upwards, losing momentum as the vessel that surrounds it is being accelerated upwards at a greater rate. Moment of free fall. The bubble changes shape. There is no more flattened out in the bottom. It's now a sphere. And you can see that the separation, the air bubble rising and this ball bearing apparently sinking, ceases to be until connected. And again, as the acceleration, as it connects back to the earth, there's an initial acceleration, and you see an acceleration of the air bubble. Once it's established on the earth and reaches its the constant again, the air bubble will correlate that constant force of the earth, push of the earth, motion of the earth, because the air bubble will rise now at a constant rate. Again, in this example, we can take other claims. Gravity, electrostatics, RDD. These three nonsense claims have the similar claim. That being that when Andrew releases this into free fall, the vessel, the liquid, the ping pong ball and the spring are all going to accelerate to the earth at the same rate. Although there's a massive problem for them, because as soon as Andrew releases it, the spring contracts, overcoming buoyancy because there is now no pressure gradient within the fluid here, because it's no longer connected to the earth, causing the upwards push that we know as buoyancy, that being the ping pong ball rising, putting a strain on the spring and stretching it. If it was true there was a uniform downwards acceleration of the gas, liquids and solids, then nothing should change in this vessel. The whole thing should just accelerate downwards. Although there's another problem, because in conditions of acceleration we see what happens. We witness displacements of various materials. However, in this scenario, according to these lunatics, there's an acceleration without the effects of an acceleration. But again, there's a massive problem for them. Because if it was the case, nothing should change. Everything should accelerate in the state that it's in, uniformly towards the earth. But as soon as Andrew releases it, the spring's going to contract, the only force of tension present. It's going to contract to the middle, so the bottom's going to come up and the ping pong ball is going to come down and meet in the middle, because there's no pressure gradient within the fluid once it's no longer connected to the earth. As you can see. So buoyancy vanished. The ability for the ping pong ball to be at the top of the water is no longer present. The reason is because the force, Andrew being connected to the earth, connected to the vessel, creating a push, a force on the vessel, is no longer felt. So there is no compression of the fluid within. Therefore, no compression of the ping pong ball to push it in the direction that the force is going in. an immense visual that should blow any practical physics people, any engineer's mind. Now, if you can contort your reasoning to some nonsense gibberish and you can accept that, that's a measure of you. But I'm telling you right now, the only thing you're going to be able to offer me is gibberish. Contradictory, nonsensical gibberish. Then we can make another prediction. Okay, when I view this, I understand that it's me standing on the earth, being pushed by the earth, pushing on the vessel, which in turn pushes on the liquid, which in turn pushes on the ping pong ball, creating what we call buoyancy. I can then make another prediction. If I add to that vector, if I add to the upwards push of the earth, I predict that what we call buoyancy is going to increase. So when we have this situation here, as I put more force into the vessel, pushing it upwards at a faster rate than it already is travelling at, we're going to see the ping pong ball stretch the slinky even more as the compression of the fluid within internally increases. It's going to be shown by the ping pong ball extending the spring further. Another prediction that can be made. Let's see what happens. Free fall again. Instantaneously, you can see the pressures going. That ping pong ball had buoyancy. What magic do you think caused it not to have buoyancy? Eh? Oh, you're going to say it's all accelerating down. Well, the spring should never have contracted then. Because this magical force should have been acting equally on every aspect, every component of this apparatus. Nothing should have changed, but it does. So, the prediction, accelerating upwards. Buoyancy should increase. If the Earth's moving and it's the Earth's force, motion that's causing these things, and we add to it, the prediction would be that the ping pong ball is going to rise more. Oh, look at that, as it's being accelerated upwards. An increase in what we call buoyancy. Then we can make the prediction, well, if we invert it and we now actually accelerate the vessel down, based on what we've already established, that being that whatever direction the force is being applied, whatever direction the vessel is being accelerated in, the air is going to correlate. The air will move in the direction of the acceleration. So, when we come back to this, let's see if this is the right one. And we say, okay, I'm going to accelerate it down now. The prediction would be that by downwards acceleration, the air bubble is now going to travel towards the ground and the denser material is going to appear to move towards the sky. And lo and behold, that's exactly what we see again, with a flattened out bottom of the air bubble, showing you the direction of the compression wave, the push, flattening it out as we accelerate it towards the earth. Bang! I'm just going to let this play for a little minute while I sip on my tea and let that sink in. Now, the nonsense that you're going to have to try and contort your mind, again, that's never going to be backed by practicality, is that you've got two forces acting here. you're going to have two forces acting simultaneously through each other to accelerate air bubbles upwards and dense materials downwards. That is not physical reality. That is not how reality functions. You cannot have two forces simultaneously acting through and within each other in opposing vectors. Okay? It's ridiculous rhetoric. It's the workings of cult lunatics. Harry Potter physics. Total and utter nonsense. So again, I've showed this before. We can make predictions. We can look at other aspects of reality. Why does a flame have the shape it has? Again, because of the compression, because of the push of the earth. That's why. Again, prediction. In free fall, the flame will not have an elongated shape to it. The flame is the same as an air bubble is going to form a sphere. What happens if I accelerate the flame or the candle upwards? I predict that the flame is going to elongate, and if I accelerate it down, the prediction would be that the flame is going to invert and start going in the direction that the force is going in this case, towards the earth. Oh, lo and behold, the beauty of true science, the ability to make predictions on physical components of reality and witness its glory. You can see this is Andrew applying downwards acceleration and the flame going in this direction. And as predicted in actual free fall, there's going to be no shape because there's no push. Okay? The flame is going to go into a ball just like the air bubble within a fluid. So, let me jump to William's latest. I'm just going to play William's. There's a link to both William and Andrew's channels in the description of this video.
A digital accelerometer is a device that detects the presence of a force or acceleration. For example, when at rest and connected to the earth, it detects 1 g-force. As soon as I accelerate it from being at rest, the accelerometer detects that acceleration by increasing the g-force. Whether I accelerate it to the right, to the left, up, or down, the accelerometer will always detect the acceleration 100% of the time. However, the instant I put the accelerometer into freefall, it detects a deceleration. It goes from 1 g down to 0. If the accelerometer was accelerating down in freefall, it would detect that acceleration by increasing from 1 g, not decreasing. Not only does the accelerometer show that there's no detectable acceleration in freefall, it also shows that the vector or force of the earth is up. When I switch to the vector tab of the accelerometer, we can see when at rest on earth, it detects that the vector or force is down, as shown by the green line. However, the vector on the phone is inverted because when I apply a force to the right, the vector goes to the left. And when I apply a force to the left, the vector goes to the right. When I apply a force down, the vector inverts up. And when I apply a force up, the downwards vector increases, showing that the vector on the phone is inverted from the true direction of the force, or vector. So when the phone is at rest on the earth and knowing that the vector is inverted, the direction of the force, or vector, is up. Also, when the accelerometer is in free fall, the vector completely vanishes, showing that it's not being accelerated down by any force. which proves that the force or vector of the earth is up, not down.
Well, excellent little demo by William. Again, the link to William's channel is in the description of this. Let me just come back here right now till I find myself again. So these people that have a wishy-washy stance, right? These are things that can be tested and known to you, right? As I say, if you turn your back on this, you know, it's a inevitable result of your denial that you're going to start sounding absolute batshit crazy. Because if you engage in a discussion about this, you're going to start, you know, invoking all sorts of contradictory, you know, gibberish to try and support your position. Not only that, the things that you're going to say are not going to make any sense whatsoever. And also, the things that you're going to say are going to defy practical physics, just as William has shown there. There's a claim from, you know, concave Earth, globe Earth and stationary flat Earth that there's a downwards acceleration. Now, if you cannot comprehend that there's a real issue there, by the sheer fact that nothing is displaying any sort of effect of acceleration, while you sit there professing there's a vector acceleration acting downwards towards the Earth, but nothing is expressing or showing the results of that, you are batshit crazy, I'm afraid. You have totally lost the fucking plot. Again, it can be shown to you the effects of force. There is no force known to man that can accelerate gas, liquids and solids simultaneously. Force does not work like that. There's no force that can simultaneously apply itself to various states of matter, applying an amount of force to a solid, an amount of force to a liquid, and an amount of force to a gas, which it would have to do in order to uniformly accelerate them. That's not how force functions. Remember, force is matter in motion. Remember that. Because when things are released into free fall, we're not talking about force acting. There is no vector. There is no active force in a particular vector. There is no force, active motion that can apply various amounts of force to different states of matter in order to move them all simultaneously without any displacement of the materials, like you see in all examples of accelerometers, digital and analog. This is reality. It's very, very simple. I'm going to take a wee vote here. This, let me see when Andrew sent me that link to the timestamp. Let me see here. Okay, so what's that? So we're talking about half an hour of content to have a listen. What have I done here? Right. Half an hour of content to have a listen to Nachiketa interviewing or having a chat with Bev Try Thinking. Right. Again, for me it's useful to highlight the disingenuous behaviour. Now again, this is not an attack on people at Bev, it's an attack on their content, their mind, right, and the behaviours that they display. Now it's up to them If they want to continue with that, by all means, I judge not. But I'm going to highlight it in the hope that people will display some integrity, some intellectual honesty, and start representing the facts as they actually are. Yeah, I think I put it on 1.75 speed. No, it's not there, Mick. That's the whole point of me showing it. Because maybe sometimes people are not aware of their disingenuous behaviour, or their lack of discernment, or their lack of ability to reason with clarity. Right? I mean, it's really astounding. The propaganda and the work that's been done on people should be absolutely clear now. Right? I mean, what we are showing here is real world practical physics that totally obliterates any of these conceptual models of our Earth. Totally obliterates them. You find me any physicist that's going to sit in front of me, right, and start waffling contradictory gibberish as soon as I show them these tests and the reasoning, right, because it's unbreakable. Now what are they going to offer? Cult teachings, word salad, contradictory statements. Globe Earth and flat Earth and concave Earth is a shit show, an absolute shambolic fucking mess. Designed that way. And you've got willful participants in it now who have distanced themselves from objective inquiry, distanced themselves from me, ostracised me, you know, being downright fucking ignorant and abusive towards me. While they now sit and cheerlead absolute morons who have done nothing but cause an issue for any sort of progression. People who have promoted EE maps and models and circling suns and concepts about the sky and the luminaries and this, that and the other. They've spat in the face of real world practical physics in order to maintain some cult belief in a stationary pizza dome Earth. It's a fucking shit. It's an embarrassing, cringy shambles. These people make me fucking cringe. They should be ashamed of themselves. It's never too late to correct yourself and realise the errors and what you've been contributing to and pull your attention away from it. Don't let your ego get the better of you. You don't have to apologise to me. Apologise to yourself and move on. It's that simple. The boys got me this wee lighter. It's got a little element there, it's like electric. Causes it's a bridge between these. Don't put your finger on there. Do not put your fucking finger on there. Me being me, I've got to test things. Found out the hard way. Anyhow. In fact, I'm not even going to bother with, Bev try thinking, talking to Nachiketa, because it's just bumbling nonsense of somebody trying to evade, reality. Don't let these people fool you. right? Rattling on about straight lines and level and all this shite, right? As I say to you, level is an orientation. I'll show you. How the fuck? Wait a minute. How do I get a straight line again? What is it I use? Let me see. Shapes and lines. Okay, let's get a line. There we go. There's a straight line. Now, a straight line on its own is just a straight line. Right? Now, what's going to give that straight line orientation? What's going to make that straight line level? Eh? Any idea? A force acting on it. Right, let's say we had a little bit of string here. And we had a weight on it. Right. Fucking thing. Let's say we've got a plumb bob, right, on this. There's a straight line with a plumb bob attached to it. That plumb bob's not going to do fucking diddly squat, right, until a force acts on it. Now that force acting like that, right, is going to cause that straight line now to be perpendicular. Now your straight line is level, perpendicular to the force acting on it, the motion vector, right? Now you're going to have your 90 degree. Now that plumb line, what's going to happen is your straight line is pushed in the direction of the force, that due to inertia is going to be left behind, and what's going to happen is you're going to have a representation of that force. Now you're going to have a plumb line, and regardless of where you place your plumb line, you're going to get it there, showing you the direction of travel, and all plumb lines are parallels. Okay, so a straight line's a straight line. It's no level or any of that stuff. Level's the result of its orientation. So because we have a motion vector and we have plumb lines, right, now what we can do is we've got a vantage point, a point where we know we can intersect that at 90 degrees. I know that's no straight, but you're going to get your 90 degrees in here, okay, due to the motion vector. Level is a result of the motion vector. It's denoted by the plumb line. That's where you get it. Just like in a spirit level, you need your little air bubble showing you when it's truly levelled. Again, air doesn't move by its own volition. It's being pushed in a particular direction, and it's a regress. Okay, so you know the air bubble's being pushed there. You know that the spirit level's being pushed by whatever's supporting it, and then whatever's supporting that, the earth, is being all pushed in the direction. And you know that because the air bubble is showing you the direction. You can test that for yourself. You can change the orientation and accelerate it in any other direction, and the air bubble will correlate to whatever direction the force, the motion is going in. Again, the predictability, when you put it in free fall, the air bubble is going to cease in its rise through the medium the minute that the force is no longer connected to the vessel, pushing it in whatever direction it was pushing it in. Okay? So you can waffle on all you like. This is where the globe earth knew they had to have that, right? This is how the globe earth are going to define level. because they now have a circle, right? And they have a force acting to the centre point of the circle, right? Which is every direction towards there, right? And now because I've got a reference point, what they're going to say is, well, level is now the orientation based on the force, which is equidistant from the circumference of my circle to the centre of my circle, because it's an equal line all the way round, right? That's how they're going to define level. They're defining it from the centre of a circle to the outer circumference because of the force that they claim is acting on the earth, a downwards acceleration, which is not there. But at least they are trying to account for it. Now, straight lines, levels, are the result of a force being present, which is the motion of the fucking earth. Okay? That's what's happening in reality. That's why water lays flat, level. It's being displaced. Water in free fall, if you put water in free fall, it's more likely going to create a sphere. As soon as it comes into contact with the earth, which is now pushing up on it, what's going to happen to that water? That water is going to be spread out and match and be parallel to the force vector, the push of the earth. Okay? That's reality. That's the truth of what's happening. This is all geometric mathematical gibberish. There is no downwards acceleration. Doesn't exist. This is the truth reality. They've taken reality and bastardised it, inverted it, subverted it, and created this nonsense. This is true and this is demonstrable. This can all be demonstrated to you. You can reorientate water by applying force. Okay? You can reorientate your level, your bubble spirit level, by applying an acceleration in any other direction. Your little air bubble will correlate to that force. It's so ridiculous that people are that ill-equipped that they don't even comprehend. In order to level anything, you need a reference to the plumb. It's the plumb that gives us what we call geometry and the ability to achieve these things. Right? Without the orientation, the motion, you're not getting level. Yes, Atomic, the stationary Earth is actually dumber than the globe Earth fairy tale. Again, the globe Earth is more advanced in that regard. In order to conceive of this deception, they knew they had to account for certain things. And the reason they knew is because they understood what was happening in reality. So on water, for use and purposes, you can say water's level. And you can define that as no deviation in elevation from any given point upon the surface of that body to any other given point upon the surface of that body. There is no elevation change. So you can define it as such. However, there's a cause to water being level. be in a bowl. Well, whatever, you know, at the end of the day, whatever we're within, that thing is in motion. Fact. Now, as I say, this is where it's vitally important, because once you comprehend that, you comprehend the reality, then you can comprehend the impossibility. How's that not rubbing that out? Oh, for fuck's sake. Is it going to rub this line out? Doesn't matter. So you understand the impossibility. So you can look at it like this. This is a globe earth or a concave earth. So in one scenario we're on the outside of it, and in the other scenario we're on the inside of it. Right? Now we know there is no downwards acceleration, which means on a globe earth there's no acceleration in that direction, and in a concave earth there's no acceleration in that direction. Fucking thing. It's so irritating. Right? Because in both these scenarios you would need a downwards acceleration. All the tests are showing you there is no downwards acceleration. The force is upwards. Okay? So we know that. We know that it's a linear physical motion of the earth. So if you're standing here on a globe earth and somebody else is standing here on a globe earth, and we know there's a physical linear motion of the earth, how can that possibly be happening in every simultaneous direction? Eh? It's not happening. It's not happening. Because this would be expanding at an ever increasing rate. What's it made of? Chewing gum? Is that what the clue is? Oh, the gobstopper earth. It's your big bubble gum in the middle, because it's all moving outwards and expanding, but it's okay because it's made of elasticy stuff like bubble gums that stops it from tearing itself apart. Same is true for this concave nonsense. The force is upwards, so the sphere that you're within would have to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and to the point where it fucking crushed you to a pulp. So whatever you're in, some sort of containment that's in linear motion. Again, it might not be true linear motion. There might be a rotation to it at certain points, certain aspects. I don't have all that figured out right now. But the fact that all plumb lines are parallel shows me that there's very little deviation from a linear trajectory. Unless it's a very, very slight curve. So maybe, you know, we're on some arm that's pivoted from a certain point, and we would be on the face of it, like such, going in a particular direction, and it goes in a circular path, and that circular path could be very slight, so there would be a very slight deviation from a linear path, depending on how much the rotation is. Right? Nobody knows. But I guarantee you, thinking of the earth in this regard is aligned with practical physics, true reality. Okay? Although we don't have all the answers, all that we know for sure is that the force of the earth pushing upwards on us, showing that the earth's in motion, that's a fact. The rest of it is out there for investigation and possibility. All this nonsense and stationary flat earths, right, with some magic that's accelerating everything down towards the earth, right, that's just no reality either. There are no detectable signs of any form of downwards acceleration whatsoever. As I showed you with the Slinky example, they're claiming that everything's uniformly accelerating downwards. That's a claim that's aligned with globe and stationary flat earth. The scenario of the Slinky, like this, when it's released into freefall, the Slinky should never contract bringing the ping pong ball under the water. The whole apparatus and everything within there should accelerate uniformly with no change occurring, but it does occur. The spring contracts as soon as it's no longer connected to the earth, because nothing in here is accelerating downwards. All matter is being pushed by the earth, and there's a knock-on effect of that due to what we call inertia, which is a whole other mystery. Yes, Eric, an ever-expanding oblate spheroid. If anybody wants to join me, send me an email to abchao77@gmail.com. Let me see. Say the most aspects of everybody's life is a religion. If you don't know where you are, why you're here and how it came to be, everything you tell yourself about yourself, your reason for existence, meaning to your existence, they're all religious in nature. They are substitutes for the truth, which is you do not know why you exist, why you're here, how it came to be. That's the reality. But we do not operate on that basis. We operate on a basis of delusional belief and assumption that goes missing, you know, referring back to Candace Owens about the foundations. Of course, you can comprehend the state of the human being based on that. The human being does not know where they are, why they're here, how it came to be, or their role within it. They do not have that objective information. So they operate on a couple of things, one being the body's need for survival, instinctual survival. In our situations, it's operating in all manner of ideological, input, societal constructs, what it means to be a human, what's valuable about a human, what makes a human successful, what a human should strive for, what a human should dream about, what a human should aim for and hope for, as if that's all a human is here to do, to satisfy those things. The reality is you don't know why you're here. You don't know where you are. And it's bothered me since I was a child that human beings don't know that stuff, but act like they do, like they're so sure of what their role is and what they should be up to. I've never settled with any of that. I've never understood it. Fibonacci code indicates that we are in a simulation. Simulation of what? What do you mean by simulation? I find it very difficult to speak to people that postulate these sort of things. What is your depiction of a simulation? What do you mean? It's like asking people when I talk about push-pull and they talk about pulling forces, and I say, well, demonstrate a pulling force for me. And you can't, because it's not true. So I'll ask a simple question to highlight the absurdity of a pulling force. Draw it for me. Draw me the mechanisms of how you think a pulling force functions. Let's play with that exercise right now, right? Just to make this point about people that think pull is a true force in the natural world, right? Let me just get rid of this stuff here, if I can. For some reason those straight lines will no vanish, I don't know why. I don't know why that's no disappearing. Well, that's enough anyhow. So we comprehend that there is no pulling forces, it's pressure variance. So as I highlighted earlier, if something moves, it's because something else moved and pressed upon it. Okay? Now that's an infinite regress. If this thing is moving that pushes on that to make that move, then something moving acted on that to make it move. And yada 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 yada. Okay? Now I ask people, okay, this is reality. Things move because of leverage, force, external, pushing upon other aspects of matter, making it move. That's what we know, that's the truth. If you believe pull is a real thing, show me how it functions. So say we've got an object here, we've got another object here. Let's say we've got two magnets, and one of these things goes towards the other thing. Right? What happened in this scenario? And I ask these people these questions. Draw it for me. You can't explain it. I would explain it as leverage. There's a change that occurred, a motion that occurred, and something's pressing upon the other object to push it towards this object, whatever that may be. That's unbreakable. Now people want to assert to me, no, a force of attraction. The force of attraction, it's a pulling force. Eh? Well, explain. How did this object go towards this object? Try and draw it for me. What are you going to draw? You can imagine like there's lines coming out of this one and they hook into this one. Well, in a scenario like that, again, we're applying pressure, because this would have to hook into that. Now apply a pressure here on the inside part of this, and there would have to be some sort of leverage winding system within this one to wind and apply leverage so that this lever can now push on this object and make this object go towards it. Right? How else? What else is you're going to say? I've seen some mainstream explanations of nonsense. This one fires out little protons or some little balls that bounce off of this one, right? So it's firing them out, right? Little electron ball things. Fires them out at this one, and somehow that, by little balls hitting this one, that magically makes this one go towards this one. Right? This is the sort of nonsense gibberish that I'm telling you and warning you about. That when you abandon practical, real lived life, reality, and you lend yourself to imaginative concepts, this is the sort of gibberish that you're going to start waffling on about. So again, I challenge you out there. If you think pulling forces are real, I know that you cannot demonstrate it to me other than showing me two magnets. But I want you to depict for me in some sort of drawing what's going on. I guarantee you that it's going to be some sort of leverage that's happening. Whether it's a decrease in the pressure within a medium between two objects, and that pressure pushing the object into that lower pressure region, or it's some sort of direct leverage mechanism that's going on. This is unbreakable. These are the principles and the foundations of our whole existence that you cannot break. So if you believe the force of attraction, pulling forces, show me how it functions. I know you can't do it in reality, so I'm going to lend it to you and give you a bit of leeway. Just draw it for me. Show me it. Good luck with that. I look forward to the laugh that I'm going to have. Because it's not real. See all these detractors. Everywhere I seem to go, or somebody sends me a video, there's these detractors and people willing to discuss this. Yet when I'm on live, the person that brought it to the table, none of these people want to come and have a discussion with me. What's going on here? Huh? Don't be scared. If you think you're sound in your reasoning and you're confident in your position, I would love to have that engaging discussion with you, because it's very fruitful. But the problem is the majority of these people are disingenuous, and they know that the fruits are going to be bared to those who are invested in truth. and that they're going to be exposed for the disingenuous, idiotic, gibberish pushers that they actually are. It's not just the passion I talk with. It's just because they know that I've got the reality on my side. Truth, practical physics, real world demonstration. And it's unbreakable. That's their problem. We should tell you a hell of a lot about these people, whether they're flairts or globe earthers. Tell you a hell of a lot about their agendas, who they're truly serving. My master is reality. Always has been, always will be. I know, beyond belief, they haven't done the work, but I endeavour, and I sit here and I offer it up simply for them. The problem is you know, they've probably had some emotional reaction, but they don't want to listen because it's me. Again, join me right now. Send an email to abchao77@gmail.com. What I'm maybe doing now for the next wee hour is I'm going to nick to the toilet, and then I'm going to open up the Discord. So if you're involved in the Discord, you can come into the Discord and we can have the discussion there rather than you having to send me an email. Just going to nick to the toilet. I'm saying I'm going to open up the Discord, so Hopefully this is going to work when I join into this. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me okay then? Yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice one. Let me just double check that that's being heard on the live here. Just need a wee thumbs up if anybody can hear the other voices in the Discord here okay. Good stuff, right, alright, we're working. So who do we have? We've got Andy Hold My Beer, Nat Chiqueta and Nellis. How are you doing?
What's up, Dal? How's it going?
Not bad, not bad.
Hi, Del.
How you doing?
Yeah, I was going to watch A Christmas Carol, one of them, but I'll talk to you instead.
Right. So what's happening with yous? What's the chat?
Well, I was asking folks, I was asking JC what you thought of the final experiment. I wondered if you could comment on that.
What do you want me to comment about?
Well, that's what all the talk is, isn't it, at the moment? So people are saying, some people are saying it's fake, some people are saying, I don't know. Well, I'm saying that it doesn't look fake to me. It seems legit to me, and
What is it?
there's going to be like an FE 2.0, right? Like, because the AE map layout is out the window completely.
Well,
or idea of what they thought it might be doing.
well, the question for me isn't whether it's fake or it's no. I mean, it's what relevance is it? What is the relevance of the whole escapade?
Well, the fact that there's a sun, moon, earth system, right? I mean, I don't think it's quite right to just say it's irrelevant.
Well, no, Andy, I never said it's irrelevant. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What is the relevance of it?
Well, the sort of people who jumped on the bandwagon of this AE sort of layout idea of one sun circling, Polaris, that's out the window now. That's gone, isn't it?
Well, it would appear so for these people. But I would also ask questions. Again, it makes no difference to me. But I would ask questions, about things being repeated over and over again. For one, it's not an experiment. It's an observation of an optical phenomena. And I also want to know, are we going to see a 24-hour moon there? Things like that.
That's an interesting one.
Well, things like that. Again, the relevance to me is that, to me, it's totally irrelevant to my position. Does not have any impact on me whatsoever. Again, there's not enough for me to formulate anything from it. But as I say, the relevance is that's why I'm asking the question, because the relevance is for these people who adopted a particular model, and that's where it's relevant. That's what the whole thing's about. But as I says and I sent Will Duffy another email, and I says, listen, Will, you can run about with an optical model all you like. Why don't you present real world practical physics that shows you beyond any shadow of a doubt that you're not on a globe Earth? Like the motion vector of the Earth that you can demonstrate to yourself. And that seems to fall on deaf ears. So, and that's why I'm saying the relevance to me is that it's irrelevant. It has no bearing on my position whatsoever. So people ask me about it, and in my position it's irrelevant to me. Whether it's relevant to you and your position is a whole other matter. But to me, they can bring it to me all they want. They have to make the point.
Well, I just tried to remain objective through the whole thing. I don't. while it might be frustrating to certain people who've listened to me talk on this topic, I don't really have a bias in either direction. If the Earth's a globe, fine. I'm completely great with it.
Yeah.
It seems that a lot of people that are invested in a certain book that want the Earth to be a certain way, or God is wrong. That's what it seems to me anyway.
No.
And I don't see it that way. So.
No, well, that's these people's problems. That's not my issue. I can only be me and represent my position, you know. But again, you know, I don't know how, you know, sun's intangible phenomena somehow negates practical physics that shows you the motion of the Earth. So what is it? The motion of the Earth's to be negated because some conceptual visual model of what an apparent object is doing in the heavens. I mean, I don't know, that reasoning's a bit wishy-washy to me.
Well, it's not just that. They're going in the opposite direction. And
Yeah.
the sunspots are upside down and the moon's upside down, basically. Well, not upside down, that won't be right, but, you know, relatively so.
Yeah.
And so the model that's going to come out of that, from FE proponents, I can imagine they scramble it. We've already seen that Joe Hanvey trying to make this model, which
Yeah.
I don't think work, personally.
Yeah.
That it's interesting to me what they'll come out of that, because there's going to have to be some kind of mirror situation or something.
Yeah.
Or I can't even conceive of how it works.
Well, again, I don't know how anybody can conceive other than making predictions. It's an optical model. The globe Earth is an optical model based on the celestials. It's a mapping of vision. It's not a mapping of how things actually are physically. Nobody has a physical measure of a globe Earth or any of the heavenly bodies or apparent bodies or any of that stuff. Can you show me any of these direct measurements?
No,
Right.
But I can concede that the sky fits a globe very well.
Yeah,
I think you probably admit that.
it fits a visual perception, modelling, a celestial sphere. You understand what the celestial sphere is?
Yeah, and I know it has an infinite radius.
Well, what is a celestial sphere?
Well, it's just the sky, isn't it? The stars and.
So is
et
it
cetera.
the shape of the sky?
Yeah.
It's not the shape of the sky.
No, that's true. Yeah.
It's not the shape of the
This
sky.
is all measured, isn't it?
It's a fabricated model based on our vision, our visual perception. It's not a modelling of the actual sky and the heavenly bodies. It's a model created in how we perceive it visually. Celestial sphere is an imaginary concept, it's not a tangible thing. This is what people don't grasp. I mean, if you type that into Google right now, it'll probably tell you exactly what I've just said to you. There's no hiding any of that stuff. It's just that people don't bother their arse, investigating to comprehend what these claims are based on. The celestial sphere model is a conceptual model, not a tangible thing, based on our visual perception of these intangible phenomena. So again, I bring it right back. So how does the linear motion of the Earth fit into a globe Earth then, Andy?
In what way?
Well,
In what we see in the sky, or?
no, it's a demonstrable fact that the Earth has a linear motion to it, a force vector, which is upwards relative to us towards our feet. How does that work on a sphere?
How does that work on a sphere? Well, I think they call it the normal force, don't they? It's got like a pushback or something like that.
So
I think it's Newton's third law, is it?
So it's I'll draw it for people to show you what Andy's talking about, right? This is again, and it's good to do this because it's going to highlight the utter nonsense, right? So let's imagine, right? Here we have the sphere. We'll just use that there, right? There we go. Right. So we'll get this apparent downwards force acting, right? Now, what Andy's just spoke about is the normal force of the upward, which is the internal pressure of the Earth according to the globe Earth model. Okay, so we'll draw an arrow there internally, right? So what they're professing is happening is that there's a surrounding downwards flow of warpy space-time, gravity, whatever anybody wants to call it, all going towards the centre of the sphere. Right? Now, when matter hits the surface of the Earth, the Earth's internal pressure, what they'll call the normal upwards force, is the resistance to that downwards flow. Okay, so we look at something simple like an air bubble rising in water. So say we've got a little vessel here on the globe Earth, right, and we've got water in there, and we've got a little air bubble rising up the way. Right, what they want you to imagine, which again is contrary to direct physics, is that this force is now operating downwards. So we've got a force going in this vector, where we've got an air bubble going in the opposite direction to the force vector, because it meets the Earth and causes a resistance. Now, a static body causing resistance is not a force acting with any vector, so the air bubble cannot be pushed in any direction because it's not a motion vector. So now what you've got to imagine is you've got a force acting in this direction, while simultaneously you've got a force acting opposite to it to give us what we call buoyancy. Now again, we go to practical physics. Can that be achieved? Can you have a force acting simultaneously in two different directions so that you can accelerate a vessel in one direction and the air bubble will go the opposite direction to that acceleration? The answer is no. It's preposterous. It defies physics. It's a claim that's nonsensical and does not match any sort of reality whatsoever. So I understand their rhetoric, Andy. And for people that are supposedly been on this path for so long should comprehend it also. And by comprehending it, you should have the ability to discern it and go through it and realise the massive contradictions, hypocrisies and downright blatant defiance of practical physics. Practical physics shows you that when there's an accelerative aspect or a force present, the air will go the direction that the force is going in. So as I say, we have to believe there's a downwards force with no display of any force present whatsoever. Then when it reaches the Earth, miraculously, air bubbles start going opposite to that force. Absolutely preposterous. Total and utter nonsensical crap.
Just FYI, the audience can't see what you're drawing.
Ah, shit, I've just realised that. Right, hang on, I'm just going to get back to it. So, here, I'll go through it quick again. Globe Earth, downwards flow of gravity. The upwards force or the resistive force, the normal force, is when objects meet the surface of the Earth and are resisted by the internal pressure of the Earth, right? So you've got the force acting downwards, pushing stuff to it, and then miraculously when it gets here, the air bubbles now rising through the medium. So you've got a force acting in this direction, but at the same time, you've got some force acting through it and opposed to it in that direction, which is what you're going to require. In order for it to be a downwards acceleration while at the same time it's having a buoyant effect, air bubbles rising or whatever, helium balloons, you need two forces acting simultaneously opposed to each other. Now, what you're going to have to accept is that, as we know in practical physics, that when we accelerate the vessel with an air bubble in it, if I accelerate it in that direction, going in that direction, the air bubble is going to move in that direction. They want you to believe that the force is acting in that direction while the air bubble goes the opposite direction. Can you demonstrate that to yourself? Can anybody alive or anybody that has lived or ever will live demonstrate such an absurdity? No, they can't, because it's not real. So, how does it fit in the globe Earth model again, Andy?
I don't know. I think it's interesting. I don't know if it works. I mean, it's convoluted. That's probably the right word, and it's very complex. But I don't know. On some level, I kind of like it. It's very clever. I will say that.
Well, the answer to that is that it doesn't work. In order for it to be...
Well,
if I'm going to entertain it, Andy, can you draw upon a demonstration where you can have a force acting on these things where the air goes the opposite direction?
Yeah, what's even more confusing though in the more modern interpretation, it's not a force, isn't it? So
Aye.
not thought of as a force at all.
Well, it's an acceleration without any signs of acceleration. It's double speak.
Yeah.
It's double speak. So it's no
Yeah,
physics. It's no real.
So I guess they'd say that objects are trying to free fall constantly on Earth. I think that's the idea of it, and that the ground is basically stopping it from doing that. I think that's where you get the normal force from. I think that's
I've explained
sort of
it.
explanation.
Well, I've explained it because I understand their model. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Again, people make claims, we go to the real world. You and I can go and test that right now. What happens when you apply a force? Can you make the air bubble go the opposite direction to the travel of the force? No, you can't. The air will always go the direction that the force is going in. So it doesn't get entertained.
Yeah.
Just the same as Santa Claus flying sleighs with flying reindeer on Christmas Eve doesn't get entertained. Why should it have it?
Isn't buoyancy a force though as well in their model? So the
No.
air bubble would go up, wouldn't it?
Well, what causes it to go up?
Well, because it's air.
Oh, because
Like
it's
the-
because it's air and it's lighter. That's not the cause of a motion, Andy.
Well, I was trying to think of it from the perspective of gases going down, you know, being forced into a gradient, and then the lighter ones going up, a helium balloon going up, you know?
But there's another problem, Andy. So let's go back to the whiteboard. Right, let's go back and see the absurdity again. It's very simple if you just walk through it with some logic and practicality. Right, again, we've got a vessel with gases in it. Boom, 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 boom. We'll just depict it the way they want to depict it. Right, alright, we go at that, boom. Now what happens when the force is applied? We get a gradient, which is the most dense towards where the force is coming from, and the least dense furthest away. Now let's look at it from the globe Earth perspective. The force is acting down the way. So when we know that when we apply acceleration to vessels, that would mean that the more dense gas would be here at the back and the least dense would be down here. You can't just say that, oh well, because that gas is lighter it wants to go up. That's just empty nonsense. Gas is matter.
Well, I didn't mean it like that. I misspoke there. What I meant is that all the other gases are forcing it up, is what I meant.
How? Because all the other gases compress. Listen, Andy, all the other gases compress where the force is being applied, so closest to the force, and push the least dense air away from where the force is. The globe Earth wants you to believe the opposite. This is testable, practical physics, undeniable. I don't even know why it's a discussion. When I apply force to the vessel, the most dense part is where the force is. The least dense is furthest away. In the terms of a globe Earth, they want it going that way. Well, the most dense stuff is furthest away from the acceleration and the least dense stuff closer to the acceleration. That's nonsense. Provable nonsense.
If you take all the air out of if you had a vacuum, the helium balloon goes down though, right?
Yes, because the air's no there to push it up. It doesn't go down.
Yeah, that's
It visually appears to go down,
right.
but its true motion is not in a downwards vector.
Right.
So if I put the air back
Yeah,
in, if I put air back into the vacuum chamber, Andy, and the helium balloon rises, what made it rise? The air.
Yeah.
So does the air have the ability to tell things where to go? No, because it's inanimate matter. So what's acting upon the air? The vessel that's holding it. So can the vessel that's holding it tell the air what direction it's to tell the lighter material to go? No. The vessel's being acted upon externally by the earth that it sits upon, pushing on that, pushing on the air, pushing on the less dense material, pushing it in the direction that the force is going in. Again, demonstrable. Matter cannot act of its own volition.
If it's all pushing the air down though, wouldn't the lighter air go up?
Why?
Just because it's being forced up by all the other air.
Why that air's being pushed down? Well, according to the globe Earth, Andy, according to the globe Earth, the air's being pushed downwards.
Yeah.
Now, when we apply force acceleration to vessels, the more dense is where the force is, and the least dense is furthest away from the force. So in this scenario, we have the vessel landing here on the Earth, right? And it's been acted in a downwards trajectory, right? And now we've got air bubbles rising up. Now that matter that's in there has been acted on in a downwards direction, so what's telling the air bubble to go opposite?
But again, don't they say that it's like Archimedes' principle or something like that?
If you don't know, Andy, just say you don't know. There's no point in invoking.
I don't know. I'm not.
Right, well,
I'm not an expert in this by any stretch.
I'm walking you through it. I know it, right? So I'm walking you through it. So, if again, all you need to do is get a vessel and demonstrate it. The air or the less dense material will move the direction that the force is going in, because all the matter is inanimate. Nothing about matter has any directionality, has no volition, it has no free will, it has no consciousness. It doesn't have programs written into it telling it how to affect other matter. So when matter moves, it's because other matter or something external is acting on it. Now, the globe Earth, as I say, wants you to believe there's a downwards acceleration, while an air bubble, a less dense material, goes opposed to that acceleration, which defies all practical physics.
Sorry, I just had my Christmas dinner. Yeah, I didn't realise my mic were open then. Yeah, I'm still looking into it now, to be honest.
I don't think you're, Andy. I think you're a bit confused, mate.
Maybe. I mean, it's very confusing. So.
Is it?
I mean,
What's confusing?
Again, with this,
Well, explain.
with this thing with the final experiment.
Never mind the final experiment, Andy. I'm only interested in practical physics. What's confusing about the practical physics that I'm showing you?
Well, like I said, isn't buoyancy a force?
No.
In their model.
How can it be a force if when I let the vessel go in free fall, the buoyant object ceases rising? This is like stationary flat Earth rhetoric now. So that the air bubble causes its own motion. Is that what you're asserting here or suggesting, Andy?
I'm not exactly sure. Like I said, I don't know too much about it, but I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'll ask a simple question for clarity. Can inanimate matter move of its own volition, Andy?
No.
What causes it to move?
Usually pressure of some kind.
External to it.
Yeah.
So if an air bubble's rising upwards, what's pushing it up?
Yeah, some kind of pressure, I suppose.
Which would be the water that's surrounding it. So
yeah, I suppose would it be their gravity then that's pushing down, and then that's pushing up, maybe, or
I sense a bit of trolling now, Andy.
Well, I'm just trying to understand it.
No, really. It's very simple. Matter cannot act of its own volition. If an air bubble's rising through water, you know fine well something external's acting on the air to make it go up. So the water that's surrounding it is pushing it in that direction, correct?
So what's pushing it, sorry?
If an air bubble's rising through water, the air bubble cannot move by itself. So is it the water that's surrounding it that's pushing it in the direction?
But gravity is a constant, so that would, if I'm looking at it through their prism, their paradigm.
Never mind their paradigm, Andy. It's very, very simple physics. if the air bubble's moving in a particular direction, we understand that it's not moving of its own volition, so something's making it move in that direction. So it's the water that's making it move in that direction, correct?
Yeah, I suppose.
So water again,
Yeah.
water again is inanimate matter. So what's telling the water to push the air bubble in that direction?
Well, isn't it the force of gravity that's like a constant that's always
No.
there? And
No, Andy, because the force of gravity would be a force acting in the opposite direction that the air bubble's going in.
right.
How can you have a force acting on the vessel, making the air bubble go the opposite direction to the force? That's no reality, Andy. So why are you even having it in your consciousness? I'm trying to understand your reasoning and where you're getting it from. So if you believe that an air bubble can go the opposite direction to a force, where's the demonstration of that?
Well, that's why I asked about the helium balloon, right? Because everything's being forced down, and then the helium balloon goes up because of it.
Right?
And I was thinking the same thing with the air bubble.
Right? So if the air that's surrounding the helium balloon is being pushed downwards, what's telling the helium balloon to go upwards?
Yeah, I suppose.
There's no suppose. There's no suppose. It's physical fact. The helium will go the direction that the force is going in. So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, that's been demonstrated, hasn't it, time and time again.
yes, but they want you to believe that it's going against the force, which is not demonstrable.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Very interesting. Very interesting to the point that it blows apart the absolute absurd nonsense that comes from the globe earth and its incessant claims of absolute fucking nonsense that defies everybody's ability to test practical reality. Every single person listening to this can go and attest to what I've just shown and explained. Now you have to believe some total other nonsense. Force acting downwards while helium and lighter materials are going opposite to the direction of a force. Preposterous. So it brings it back. This is real practical physics. Does not, and a globe earth is absolutely impossible based on real world practical physics, real world tests, hypotheses, testing, changing variables. But somehow that's to be usurped by some visual conceptual model of intangible luminaries in the sky. I don't bloody well think so. I don't bloody well think so. So that's where I'm at with it. That's why it's irrelevant to me.
So I was just asking my old pal ChatGPT, and it says it goes up because it's less dense, and the air bubble too. They both go because it's less dense. Just like I thought.
So just like a stationary flat earther, density now somehow tells things where to go. So it's less dense in left, right, and every other direction. So why does it just go in that direction, Andy? Ask ChatGPT that. Just like you say to stationary flat earthers, objects just want to go down because they're more dense. The air's less dense than the object. Well, the air above it's less dense, but it doesn't move up. So it's the same with your globe earth. Just saying it's because it's less dense is not a cause of its motion. Density is not a force. Ask ChatGPT, is density a force? Force. The answer is no, Andy. Force is motion.
Right.
So density is not a motion vector. Density is an attribute of matter, described as how compact within a given volume a particular bit of matter is. It's not a cause of a vector.
It says no, density is not a force.
Exactly.
is the property of substance, not something that directly pushes or pulls objects. And then let me explain, and then it goes through a lot of maths.
Yes.
Density, mass, volume.
Yes.
Etc.
Yes. So the reason, and that's nonsense that it's been programmed to tell you, it's just contradicted itself. Because it's programmed by fucking imbeciles pushing religious crap that defies reality. Density's not a force. Saying an air bubble rises opposed to gravity just because it's less dense is the same idiotic empty rhetoric as stationary flat earthers. It goes down because it's more dense in the air and the air can't support it, so it wants to go down. Bollocks. Idiotic nonsense. This is what I'm saying. People that invest themselves in apparently are researchers but don't research any of this stuff to comprehend the positions of these models baffles me. This is why there's so much confusion in this whole arena, because people are talking empty air. And I'm sorry if I'm being abrupt with you, Andy, but I just can't tolerate. I can't tolerate this kind of, you know. I would say ignorance.
Yes, it is on my part for sure. I'm not very good with physics, to be honest.
Yeah. Well.
So I'm happy to put my hand up and say it's ignorance.
Yeah. So based on the discussion, you should have a bit more clarity now. You've got an avenue now to go and test everything that's been discussed here for yourself.
Yeah, I'm a bit slow as well, so just keep that in mind, Del.
No worries.
I'm a little bit slow.
No worries.
You get those people you need to tell somebody a dozen times before it sinks in. I'm like that.
Yeah.
But once all the dots start connecting, then yeah, I'm pretty good. But it just takes a while.
Anybody else here? I mean, what's going on? Amanda, how's it going? John? Feel free to pipe in.
Hey Del, how's it going?
I'm alright, how are you?
I'm okay. Was just listening to the conversation. I agree with you. I think it's really simple. It's not that complicated. It's just people just, they're bringing in all this other nonsense and they're letting it cloud their mind. And, for me, it's like, why worry about a paradigm that's never been demonstrated or proven in any way? Go with what can be demonstrated and proven.
Yeah. I think.
And inanimate matter. Sorry, go ahead, though.
No, sorry. I thought you'd finished there. Carry on.
Well, I was just gonna say, just remember, inanimate matter can't do anything itself. It cannot accelerate itself, so it can't move itself. It can't slow itself down. It can't do any of those things. It's just there being affected by, motion around it, basically.
Yeah.
So if you keep that in mind, it kind of helps to, clarify what's going on,
Yeah. And I
So
think,
go ahead now, Bill.
no, I think the beauty of having a discussion with Andy highlights, aspects of how the globe Earth can confuse people. But again, if you're discerning and you're asking the right questions, you can highlight the contradictions based on practicality. As I say, just as I was trying to explain to Andy there's claims being made that are contrary to practical physics, like air bubbles moving opposed to the force vector and things like that, or less dense materials opposing the force vector, which is absolutely demonstrably absurd that everybody can go and test. So sometimes I think it's just a matter of people have a lack of comprehending the actual claims. They're no starting from a beginning point. they're hearing these things from a place of incredulity, and it's causing more confusion in them because they don't have clarity on the topic that they're investing themselves in. And that's not a slight on, you know, Andy. It's just seems to be the case with the majority of people. They want to invest themselves or insert themselves into the discussion on a particular topic without having a full grasp on what it is they're presenting, which causes a problem in regards to communication and comprehension. Because if we stick to objective reality and practical physics, things are not ambiguous there. We can take the claims that are being made and we can look at practical physical reality, and it's going to show us, without words, the contradictions. You know? So it's useful sometimes, but at the same time, people insert themselves into the discussion that don't really have a grasp on what it is they're presenting, which can cause a muddying of the waters.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why, for the longest time, and when I first talked to you, Dale, I said to you, look, I'm just here to learn. I've studied philosophy for years and years and years, and I felt satisfied by that when, you know, at a certain point, after about 10 years, and then when I found you, you were just all about practical things, and I'm not the most practical person, so I was like, this is great, because, you know, it's like night and day. And I need to learn some of this stuff. So yeah, I appreciate you, dude. So
No worries.
yeah, and when I bring it up with other people, they could easily expose that how idiotic I am when it comes to physics and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't put on some pretense of like I know the things.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm just here to learn.
Yeah. Well, it gives me a gauge, Andy, you know, that things have to be simplified more, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't know how much more simplified things can get, and there still seems to be a mental block somewhere that I'm trying to identify, you know?
Yeah. This is why, because I keep seeing Flatsoid posted in Geos, you know, he'll post his little stream or whatever, I don't know wherever he's gone. I don't really watch that guy or anything, but I always say to him, you didn't even get the push-pull thing. You know, if a know-nothing fucking never do well like me can understand that, then what hope have you got, dude?
Yeah.
But I will say that I don't think it's a lack of comprehension when it comes to Flatsoid, because he doesn't seem that daft to me. His followers, on the other hand, yeah, they
Well,
they do seem a bit daft. But Flatsoid himself doesn't seem that daft, so
well,
perhaps it's a bit more sinister. I don't know.
maybe I've had that conflict myself, because it seems too obvious at some points. You know, I tried to have a discussion with that guy, and it took 2 hours of trying to, you know, establish what a force was, and all I got was hand wave dismissal and absolute denial of the facts. So either he's really, really, really dumb, or, you know, there's some ulterior motive behind what he's partaking in. I don't see any other avenue.
Yeah, I just love asking them. Just tell me one thing that's pulled me out first applying pressure. It's just the best question.
Right.
Just tell me one thing that's not pulled, that he's pulled me out applying pressure first, and then just watch them dance around. It's hilarious.
Aye, and people like him have got the same, you know, kind of nonsense. They think that matter can spontaneously move of its own volition and yada yada, you know. Again, I'm not even going to lower myself to having the discussions with these sorts of people. They've made it quite clear the level of their comprehension, regardless of whether they're dumb or they're at it. It makes no difference to me. It's a fruitless endeavour trying to, you know, have a productive discussion with these sorts of people when people are outright denying basic aspects of reality. Then I don't know how you can progress with anybody like that, to be honest with you.
I mean, my thing as well with Flat Earth, and I've said this a lot, is that all the things that, like, I could ask you this question now, in fact. What is the one thing that you'd say that's the hill I'd die on? That say I know the Earth's level, planar, you know. If just that one thing, I haven't got that thing. I've never measured the ground. So if we could put a straight edge to the ground, which is more difficult than it sounds, and it was like 3 miles long, then that's a hill I could die on. But beyond that, no. That's why I remain
Well, it's-
objective, and I'm just like still weighing up the evidence and stuff. So
well, the
a
geometric
lot of good data points for the globe.
The geometric applications, the physical aspects and the applications that we utilise are based on a plumbing level. And levels and orientation is perpendicular to the plumb. Now the plumb's a motion vector, and the hill that I would die on is that it's demonstrable fact that the Earth's in motion.
Yeah, I kind of like that. It's nice and neat. When I've heard William talk about that in the past, I like it. Just to think of level as an orientation. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Of course, that's what it is. You can have a straight line without a reference to the plumb. It's a straight line that's not orientated level. Level is a perpendicular result of a motion vector. How do you get an orientation of level? If I give you a leveling device in three-dimensional space, Andy, how do you make it level? It'll be a straight edge, but how do you make it level?
Yeah, you're gonna need a force acting on it, aren't you? That's the thing. So you know, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and a force acting on it will be something pushing it in a particular direction. And when it pushes it in a particular direction, if you apply an air bubble system into that, the air bubble is going to move opposite or go in the direction of the force, showing you the straight line vector. Then from there, you can establish the perpendicular to that vector, which is we call level. And then we look at the applications in practical reality, where every engineering blueprint, whether it be structural engineering, whether it be any aspect of any structure being constructed or put onto the earth, operates on those fundamentals, plumb and level. Any structural engineer, one of the first things they're going to learn is that regardless of scale, all plumb lines are parallels, because that's your true starting point. Level comes after that. You can't level unless you can orientate. You can't orientate unless you've got movement. Movement denotes orientation.
Yeah, I think that the globe rhetoric, it'd just be like, well, it's such a small amount of curve, basically. It doesn't matter when it comes to building. So I do wonder with stuff like that, with the sort of Roman aqueducts and things like that, because they stretch for miles and miles. So I think some of them are like 400 miles long or something.
If that was the truth,
So,
if that was the
I do
truth,
wonder about that.
if that was the truth, Andy, then blueprints for engineering, the datum points would be non-parallel plumbs and a curved base datum, but that's not what we use. So it would be there. It would have to be accounted for. That would be the geometric principle that you would be operating from, but it's not. Level's always perpendicular to the plumb. All plumb bobs are parallel. You can't have that on a sphere. So if that's the practical applications that we utilise in reality, then either the constructions are wrong and off and compromised and materials missing, or it's the truth. But all practical engineering, all practical physics is wrong because some cult has a model based on human vision that they've created based on human interpretation of how they see things visually. That's what the globe earth exists on. The globe earth has no direct measure, has no practical real world application in any geometric form for any construction or any of that kind. So is all that stuff wrong and this cult's right with their images and their models of human vision?
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know how we get an upside down sun and moon though, going in the opposite direction. I mean, that's...
Well, it's because we're incredulous, because we don't know what these things are, Andy. That's why.
Yeah.
Look at
Well, there is
look
that
at
as well, yeah.
well, look at the situation that's going on right now with these things flying about the sky. Right? What's happening from that? What's the true reality? All that we have is a visual of lights in the sky, whatever these orbs or drones are, right? And from that, you've got an endless narratives of people and their interpretations and stories about what's going on. And the fact is nobody knows what's going on because nobody's got access to these things physically. That's how easy it is.
Yeah, people keep mentioning that. I don't know anything about it because I don't look into it. I'm just not interested. And I think it's probably because I remember seeing all kinds of declassified documents a long time ago saying that this was going to be a thing, right? This is where the War of the Worlds comes from. I mean, that's like 18 something originally. So, yeah, they were going to have some kind of world event to bring everyone together.
But the point is,
so we can come by art.
But the point is, with all those stories and all those possibilities, has anybody established what these lights in the sky actually are?
You mean the sun, moon, and stars,
or the orbs? I'm using these orbs as an example to show you about the sun, moon, and the stars.
Well, I mean, they have sort of inferences, don't they? They have like what do they call it? They're sort of standards of evidence. You know, in modern science, they don't prove anything, do they? This is what they say. They just have this sort of great sort of confidence of evidence, sort of thing. That's not quite the right word.
It's a form of sophistry. I can prove beyond any shadow of doubt what happens to matter when force is applied to it. And you can demonstrate it, and you can know it, and it's never going to change. What's their evidence? Have they got any direct measure? Is there any physical aspects of the globe Earth that you can draw upon?
Probably not. I don't think it's. No, I don't think it's really a fair question as well, though. In some respects, certainly when it comes to gravity.
So what's gravity?
Well, exactly. You're going to need, enough mass, I guess.
Right. So
I
see
don't
what I
think
mean,
it's
Andy?
quite a fair question because they can't recreate it, can they?
Well, I can't recreate fucking pink unicorns, Andy, so therefore pink unicorns are real. How? I mean, this is what I'm talking about people's reasoning, Andy. How can you not see the absurdity in your reasoning? Somebody makes a claim. Somebody makes listen. Somebody makes a claim, and then the very next breath they say, "I can't demonstrate my claim because I've got excuses and other reasons," and that's to be accepted. So that's cherry picking. If I came to you and told you I can fly, Andy, but I can't demonstrate it to you, are you going to accept I can fly?
Definitely not.
Right. So, globe Earth's claims of gravity, can't demonstrate it unless I've got a bigger mass away from this place that we actually live in. So if to go to some imaginary place, it was the same thing. I can fly, Andy, but we would need to leave Earth so that I can show you I can fly. So you're just going to have to accept the fact that I can fly because I've got an excuse that Earth gets in the way. Convenient excuse is what it is. It's no sound reasoning. It's sophistry. It's the workings of a cult lunatic mind. Cavendish.
Why do you think
Why do you think what?
What happens with the torsion bar? Yeah, talk about Cavendish for a minute.
What's the claim?
Well, that mass attracts mass, I suppose.
Is it?
No, mass does not attract mass. It's never been proven.
And what? Hang on. What's an attraction? How does one mass go towards another mass?
Well, I suppose in the modern theory, there'd be a gravity well of some kind, and it'd fall into that gravity well, I guess.
What's a gravity well? See what I mean? This just starts descending into fucking cartoon nonsense. Can I
Fucking confused.
can I access a gravity well, Andy?
Well, according to them, you'd have get a Cavendish experiment going.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's that non-demonstrable narrative. Gravity wells open up and shit falls through it. I mean, it's just nonsense,
Hang on, I've got one here. Wait a minute. Is it that one? Let's see. I had some here with a depiction on it. Is it this? So, you know, gravity wells, and you know, the basic premise of this is that there's some form of medium, right? They'll call it space-time, people call it ether, whatever, right? The base premise is that there's some sort of medium that, you know, objects are in, say the Earth, right? Say it's a globe Earth. Now, when this object is within this medium or space-time, it causes it to warp. Just kind of like, you know, if you put a marble in water, you can understand the depiction of that it's displaced, and, you know, the water cannot access the place where that body is, right? So you can now draw arrows as an inward, you know, pressure towards the centre of that thing, and somehow, by whatever mechanism that they want to imagine, this medium acts inwards in every direction towards their globe Earth. Now again, you can lend that idea to them, and then we can go and test. But as I say, it becomes obvious and contradictory right away, because there is an acceleration downwards without the signs of any acceleration. So there's an acceleration without the effects of acceleration. Not only that, we have to accept that it's all accelerating down at the same rate, and when it hits the Earth, this downwards acceleration is causing less dense material to oppose the direction of the acceleration. Which, you know, you take these claims, you apply them in reality, and reality shows you that they're fucking nonsense. So, let me see if I can get this wee image here. Because the image...
Exactly. 100%.
Let me see, is it on here? Sure it was here somewhere. I had a little fucking still maybe. Let me see. Right at the beginning of that. In fact, I'm just going to type it in there, I'll get it there. Right. That's not the image I want, because that confuses people like this one. Right, I'm going to screen share here so people can see it. So this here's a visual depiction of what they're talking about. So they've got space-time denoted here as, you know, a lattice structure, you know, intersecting cuboids at 90 degrees, these lines. Now when the object is within it, it's warping this grid, right? And somehow by that, it's causing a flow of this grid towards the centre point of their object for whatever reason. Again, these things are just, we're just going to skirt over it, we'll not analyse it too greatly. So again, even if you lend them all this stuff, so now you've got a depiction of what they're talking about, this fabric or whatever causes objects to, you know, that are moving in a straight line appear to, you know, no move in a straight line when they are actually moving in a straight line. So we've got more double speak, and somehow they're being accelerated down without the effects of acceleration. And as I say, when it reaches the Earth, so say we've got a water bottle with an air bubble in it, right, and it's accelerated down uniformly, so the air bubble's in the middle of the water and it's all static relative to each other, and the whole system's accelerated down towards the Earth. The minute it touches the surface of the Earth, miraculously the air bubble now wants to go the opposite direction from the force that's apparently been applied. So again, you go to physics, can force act like that? No. Is there a force that can accelerate gas, liquids and solids simultaneously? No. Is there a force that we can show that when we accelerate a vessel that less dense materials oppose the direction of said acceleration? Or do we get a clear and concise construction of a pressure gradient being the most dense to the least dense relative to the direction of force? Yes, that's what reality shows us. When a force is present, we get a pressure gradient of most dense to least dense relative to the direction that the force is going in. Right? So the globe Earth contradicts itself and makes contrary claims, that defies practical physics that's accessible to every single human being alive, and uses word salad to try and pass it over. So there you go. This is their depictions. They've got some sort of fabric, right, that's apparently doing stuff. Now again, I can lend it to them. Okay, you've got an image, let's imagine it. Now let's look for the signs of acceleration and what happens to matter under these conditions. And we find that matter does not act the way that it must act according to their view of the world. So who's correct? Reality or a cult with cult teachings that contradicts reality?
Exactly. There is no demonstrable physics whatsoever to validate any of those claims.
No.
None.
No.
Well, I mean, that torsion beam, it doesn't always move. I've heard some dodgy things where it don't always give up result that they want, but generally speaking, it does. What do you think moves it then, Del?
I mean, I've not done the test, Sandy. It's not my claims.
Ah.
You know, if I put my attention to that and I start making claims, then I'll have something to answer to. As I say, you know, get the Cavendish and do it vertical. Put a large ball beneath the ball that's suspended on the torsion and show me that it dips down towards it. Show it in every direction. And how is it relevant? Because all you're showing is a linear motion to one point. They're claiming that this thing's acting in every direction towards the centre. But again, it doesn't even matter about Cavendish because it's related to their ultimate claims, which is downwards acceleration, which a globe earth fundamentally requires it to be there. All practical tests show there is no downwards acceleration. All practical tests show that the force is acting upwards. Not only that, as I keep saying, we have to accept a downwards acceleration while air and less dense materials oppose said acceleration. Again, a claim that defies every single person's lived life experience and practicality that they can verify and test for themselves. So who's wrong? The claim or reality?
Hey, Del.
How's it going?
Del, something happened. I experienced something a couple days ago that I'm not even sure I should discuss with people because it goes beyond believable, in my opinion. What happened should not have happened. And I just want you to know I'm fully on board with the perception of the rising Earth. And ever since I've gained that knowledge through you, I've been looking at things differently, especially water and stuff like that. And last time we talked, I don't know if you remember, but I told you I put a glass of water, a couple hours before I go to bed with about 2 inches of water in it, just to freeze it before I go to sleep. Then I pour more water from the bottle, which just keeps, so I have cold water on my nightstand at night. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
Remember us talking about that?
Oh, my memory's
and I told
short.
you how these weird lines were forming, in as the water was freezing. But anyways, 2 days ago, I went in the freezer to get that glass with the frozen water at the bottom. And Del, I swear to God, this is the honest to God's truth. There was a physically perfect sword coming out of the water, frozen in ice, about 2 or 3 inches above the water, with the hand guard at the bottom. Perfectly shaped sword. It's not possible. I couldn't fall asleep that night trying to figure out how the fuck that could have happened. It's just not possible. How could, even if the water was able to, something shook the glass and the water shot up, it's not going to stay in that position till it freezes. It would have had it shot out of the ice already frozen, and that's not possible.
Right. Did you take any photos of it?
No, I swear to God, actually happened. I am not lying. It freaked me out. I still can't understand how it's possible.
Well, you're talking about stalactites and how they form, and due to pressure and whatever else.
This was a perfectly shaped sword with the handguard coming out of the center of the ice.
Right.
Like somebody was, pushing a sword out of the water and everything automatically just froze instantly.
Right. And did you take?
Honest to God, dog, I'm baffled.
Did you take?
It's just not possible.
Did you take any videos of it?
Oh, I wish I did, dude. I don't have, like a smartphone or that anymore. All I have is a flip phone, and by the time I would have done it, well, I could have kept it in the freezer to keep it frozen. No, I didn't. In other words.
That's what I would have done.
But pardon me.
That's what I would have done.
But somebody would have thought I would have faked it, because you would have had to have formed it that way somehow.
Hang on.
There's no way possible this could have happened.
Right, I'm gonna stalactites.
Well, dude, I just put it on the shelf in the freezer, and there's no movement. I left it open the door and closed it, but that's not going to cause a violent thing for it to shit. Dude, I wish you could have seen it, but I am blown away, because it's just not possible. It's not possible.
Hold on.
But yet it happened.
Yeah.
And I just had to get this off my chest with somebody, and I don't know how many people are listening to this, but I feel stupid as hell because I can just imagine how people are looking at what I'm saying. But I'm not lying, Del, it's the honest to God's truth.
I'm sure there's cameras you can get, right, that could withstand the cold.
Yeah, but I've been doing this with the water for years, and I get those weird shapes in the water underneath the surface. And once before, I had a little stalactite or stalagmite, whichever you want to call it, form at the top of the water, but it was just a short thing. This was longer than the depth of the water.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody's, saying you faked it or did anything weird. We're just
saying to myself, why would I tell this to other people?
Well,
I
don't want to digress. I don't want to digress into this. I don't want to digress into this, to be honest with you.
No, that's fine. I just had to get it all out there, Del. I just, if somebody could come up with an explanation that could tell me, I would greatly appreciate it. Because, it really blew my mind. Because I know it's not possible. But anyway, you get back to your main topic, and I was on Natch's channel yesterday listening to that conversation with Bev, and it blew me away because, I used to visit Bev's channel regularly. I was on his Discord all the time. And I just never saw him that resistant and purposely trying to redirect the conversation away from what Natch was trying to explain to him. It really disappointed me. Really did.
Yeah. Now, as I say, it exposes people for their, attitude and shows what they're really about, as far as I'm concerned.
I was fooled for a long time by him then, because I was with it. I was
well,
over on the channel.
I wouldn't go trashing, everything that Bev or anybody else has done based on, one aspect or one topic. That's not very fair. I don't know enough about Bev and what he's presented before, but in regards to that topic, then I've seen, disingenuous behaviour and avoidance to that particular topic, but whatever else he's been up to, I would be ill-equipped to pass comment on that.
Well, he's usually involved in the geometry, that type of thing, but he denied discussing that topic to Notch, and I know he had that conversation with you a while back.
Yeah.
And that's what, I don't know why he's making that up. I never expected that from Bev. That disappointed me. You're the only dude left that hasn't disappointed me yet, also.
Well, that I can speak to that about the aspect of Bev disappointing you. Again, for me, I'm not invested in any other man or woman. I have no expectation of any other man or woman. My standard and my approach is based on my own ability to discern and reason. So I don't feel let down by anybody else. I don't attach myself emotionally and have an expectation of others. So sometimes we have to look at ourselves about why we're placing such a emotional, weight onto somebody else. It's rooted in your own responsibility, You know, if somebody lets you down, it's based on your expectation of them, which for me is a flaw. I shouldn't have an expectation of others for my ability to discern any topic. If I'm going to invest myself in a topic, it's my responsibility that I apply myself to that and get a grasp on whatever it is. I don't look at a topic and think, well, I'm just going to believe what some other man says because I like him, or I've invested myself emotionally in him. That's no any weighty reason, you know.
Yeah, and that's not what my relationship with him was based on. You know, it gets emotional because you develop a certain amount of trust in a person when he was discussing, you know, the horizontal plane and that's what his logic was based on.
Well, it's the same when it comes to me. Nobody should be putting trust in me, the man. Nobody knows me personally. The trust should be in the reality and your ability.
In the information that I can verify.
Well, that's it. That's all that
And
matters.
that kind of develops, you know, some type of, I don't know how you want to say it, between two people, you develop a,
Well,
I don't know.
even people I've known that have been barefaced liars, I have still learnt from them because not every aspect of their being has been a lie. So, you know, you need to excuse me, I need to go to the toilet quick. I'm just going to put my mic on to mute here. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, thanks, Bill. And I want to apologize to everybody else for bringing up that conversation.
No worries.
You know, I'm sorry, though. It affected me. Really did. Because I know that wasn't possible.
Well, apparently it is.
It happened, obviously. But I have no explanation for it. And I just wish there was something else. You know, I had a UFO experience once, and I was all by myself then too. And when I tried to explain that to people, I got the same reaction. So, you know, it kind of, to me, it kind of telling me that everyone's on their own personal journey. And the things they experience on that personal journey when nobody else is in there to interact with them is there for them to learn somehow, I guess. I don't know how else to explain it because, you know, it's weird how these things happen and there's nobody else here to see it with me. I have other stories too, but I won't bring them up because obviously this isn't that kind of channel.
Maybe another time.
Another time, exactly. But did you listen to that conversation with Notch and Bev Nels?
No, I didn't. I did hear about it, but no, I wasn't not interested in that kind of discussion.
Well, because I knew Bev, I wanted to hear what Notch was going to talk to him about, and it was mostly Bev's take on things for the majority of the time. Then Notch brought up the rising Earth, and you could tell his attitude changed right away, Bev, because once you take him out of his comfort zone, he doesn't like discussing things. Even when we were on his Discord, he would only talk about things, you know, within his realm. And I would always ask him, Bev, why don't you comment on this stuff? I'd like to hear your comment as well. And he goes, oh, I'm not really not interested in that topic.
Well, there you go. I mean, everybody has, you know, their own things that they, you know, maybe want to focus on, and other people don't want to focus on that so much, you know. I know there's some people like to focus more on the celestial phenomena and stuff like that, and Bev has his own things that he's focused on right now, you know. So I mean, that is, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, he has that background, so, you know, I completely understand it. You develop an expertise, something you like to discuss it.
Yeah, if I may just chime in real quick, I just want to get Bev's perspective on what he knows about Euclidean geometry, a lot of which that I did agree with. It is quite logical, but then, I like, to be fair, you know, it took me a little while to subscribe to the upward vector. The first time I had a conversation with Del, obviously, I wasn't getting it, you know. So
Yeah, I didn't either.
normal, you know what I mean? So I think it's good to give everybody a little bit of a rope. Certainly, one side
Not,
start to, yeah.
not,
I'm
if
sorry. Go
I
ahead.
may, if I may, I was part of Bev's Discord at the time, and I'm the one that tried to push him to get to talk to Dell about this. And his discussion with Dell was not done live. He did that, and I guess he recorded it on his own and kept it, but he didn't discuss it live with Dell. So I'm the one that was trying to get them together about it, and he was resistant the whole time. So there's something there that he doesn't want to discuss this for some reason.
Yeah, I definitely got that impression. The other day he came in and just in this Discord, and there was JC was there. I remember that. And sorry, my memory's not very good. And I brought it up to him. I was like, "Well, what do you think of Dell's thing then?" I just got the distinct impression he didn't even want to talk about it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I remember sort of saying, "But this place needs orientation, right?" Because he was sort of giving me, well, things are just the way they are, sort of thing. And I'm like, well, we need orientation here, right? And I just got the impression he didn't want to talk about it, so I'm not going to try and force it. I was just like, I'm not going to spurg out at him or anything like that, like you hear with some people. I was just like, I got that impression, so if anything, it was me that changed the sort of subject.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in like bashing someone over the head with information. If they don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
No, yeah, I was the same way. When I knew I could sense he didn't want to go any further with it, I let it go.
I just need to interject a wee second quick. Nellis, what is it, our right click again? He post into the chat box on YouTube. Is it the right click, the bit up there that says Beyond the Imaginary Curve? What is it again? Invite people.
Yeah.
Invite.
You right click the name, and then it should give you a purple thing that says
Invite.
invite people.
And then copy, right, I've got it there, right. Sorry about that, I just had to copy it, right, okay.
Hello, JC.
How's it going?
How you doing, mate?
Hey, JC.
Oh, somebody's really quiet. You there, JC?
How's it going? Just waking up, guys.
No, no worries, mate.
Saw y'all in here. Figured I'd see what you're all talking about.
I think you came in late, dude. You missed all the crazy stuff.
Oh, did I?
From me. Not the other guys, from me.
I was making the comment. Remember when Bev came in the other day, JC?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I sort of briefly mentioned Dell's thing. I was like, what do you make of that? And he kind of gave me the impression he didn't want to talk about it. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah. Yeah. Bev's not really. He just doesn't seem interested in this topic at all.
Why are people saying that link's not working? It's Brenda that's saying it right enough, so it should work because I've just copied it directly. It only works for intellectually honest people. Professor Graham Stevens, if the bubble does not consciously choose a direction, why does the Earth? Nobody says the Earth's consciously choosing. There's obviously an external factor acting on whatever the Earth is, causing its motion, Like, you obviously not been paying attention.
Yeah, I think a lot of people haven't been paying attention, to be honest with you.
No,
You know?
they seem to have a lot of little broken cars going opposite directions and smashing into each other in their mind. That's what I'm getting, because a lot of the things that people are saying just don't make any sense whatsoever.
No, and it's like I've said so many times. I mean, I think one issue is you have a lot of people trying to start in the middle or start with all these side issues, and they're trying to comprehend that, but they don't even comprehend the fundamental principles. They don't understand just the basics.
Yep.
And you have to understand that first. And I'm not saying that like I'm some superior intellect and I'm super smart, because I'm not at all. But I had to start with the basic stuff and understand that first, like the mechanisms of motion and things like that, inanimate matter, yada yada yada. You got to start there.
Yeah.
And everybody just kind of wants to go off into all these thought experiments, and they can't make the proper connections because they don't understand simple things first, you know?
Yeah. It's due to the propaganda, you know, misinformation, misrepresentation. And as you say, Amanda, people don't know the process of like my reasoning that brought me to this point. So that's like a step-by-step process that brought me to this. They're hearing the earth's moving upwards and just jumping in at that point and, you know, trying to, you know, negate or make sense from that position, which is why continuously I try to start from force. What is force? You know, as you say, inanimate matter cannot act of its own volition, it's acted on externally, yada yada. What happens when we see force applied? This is the results. Then let's match that with claims. They're not going through that process. Well, a lot of people seem to be operating from a knee-jerk emotional reaction, you know, based on whatever they've invested themselves in, you know, particular narratives of the earth or whatever it may be. And a lot of it's like an irrational, emotional reaction rather than a logical discernment, you know, and that seems to be the main problem that I'm finding. But a lot of that's, you know, helped along by people misrepresenting deliberately, people straw manning. There's a lot of deliberate, active people out here that are you know, partaking in that sort of behaviour, which is causing a muddying of the waters. So the only thing I can do is constantly repeat my process. And if anybody wants to, you know, address the reasoning and the logic and the practicality, then by all means. But you're not going to achieve that by word salad, contradictory statements. You have to support yourself by practicality, which none of these people have on their side. Absolutely none of them.
Exactly. Yep. They have to want that, you know, they have to want to comprehend, and they have to want to do the work for themselves to comprehend it all.
Yeah.
And like you said, it doesn't help that you have, you know, so many people out here muddying the waters, and then you have the emotional responses, and it seems like a lot of people are just looking for gotchas, you know, like,
Yeah.
oh, I can debunk you with this. Lateral motion seems to be the main thing everybody's going for. But when just using that thought experiment alone, you know, lateral motion, well, that tells me right off the bat they clearly don't even comprehend the basics of this position.
Yeah.
You know, if that's the thought experiment they're using, well, no, you don't. You need to start back at the beginning. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you know, you see it even in like the chat. We get questions: what is the Earth? Can you tell me what the Earth is? Like all this nonsense. No, nobody can tell you exactly what the Earth is. Nobody can tell you why you're alive, what it means to be alive. There's loads of things that we don't have answers to, but there's things that we can uncover and demonstrate to each other and uncover. And the motion aspect's just one of them. Now, whatever's going on outside and, you know, the ultimate causes of these things is unbeknownst to us. But this is what people do. They think that by not having an answer to later on questions, it somehow detracts from the things that we have uncovered. You know, and that's where a lot of the games are being played. People are trying to run away from the practicality and where we are at this point and what the demonstrations are showing by jumping to some other. You know, I've expressed this before. You know, people would say in the past the Earth's flat. Globers would come and say, well, what's holding the Earth up? You know, like that somehow negates the reasoning of why they established the Earth was flat or level in the first place. It's the same mentality, yet again the same games being played, you know?
Yeah, they completely miss how a lot of the little gotchas and a lot of their own positions that they hold, you know, are actually really no different than the heliocentric spherical Earth narrative, if you will. You know,
Yeah.
They fail to miss that.
Yeah.
You know, like sort of like the issue with the vacuum scenario, right? Where like there's nothing, like
Yeah.
you start with nothing.
Yeah.
They don't even seem to realize that, you know.
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Well, there's no false dichotomy here, Bev. You know, I mean, I don't know who you're labelling that at, but you know, I've been the one that's been outspoken against the dichotomy and the modelling adoption since day dot. You know, way back. So I've been well aware and outspoken on the false dichotomy of, you know, the Earth and its shape. That's certainly not happening here. So nothing falls in deaf ears. If something's rational and it's logical and it's based on practicality, then, you know, it just is what it is. That's it. And again, you know, not everybody has all the answers. Maybe some of us are on a path where I'm uncovering aspects, you might be in a path that you're uncovering aspects, but no one of us is the ultimate, you know, superiority in that regard, and that's what's happening a lot with people. People think because they've uncovered one aspect that they somehow have superiority over others. I certainly don't have that attitude. As I try to explain to other people in regards to electrostatics and other aspects that are going on in this reality, maybe your investigation can play a role, but by making false claims about your investigation doesn't help the process in any way, shape or form. I'm no negating anybody's position unless, of course, there's a contradiction or, you know, something that's not backed by practicality. But whatever, there is no false dichotomy here. The Earth's motion can be known and you can demonstrate it to yourself. It's as simple as that. Nobody else is saying the link's not working, so it must have just been Brenda. Is Brenda banned by somebody? Is that what her problem is?
Yeah, Brenda.
Sorry?
Or him.
No, nobody's been in contact with the creator. You have obviously been in contact to get this information. Nope. Well, I'm just going to start ignoring this professor. Imagine putting Professor Graham Stevens, professor, and this is the nonsense that you come up with. I mean, that says it all. You know, people have got a high regard of themselves and they're too blind to their own fucking Dunning-Kruger psychological state. They've got the cheek to run about calling themselves professor. I mean, what a fucking shambles. Professor of nonsense, professor of utter stupidity, maybe you should call yourself. Professor of illogical questions. And this...
yeah, it seems a lot of intellectually honest morons have found their way into this whole topic, huh?
Yeah. I mean, again, you're getting this nonsense about the sun. Was the sun, you know, let's have a wee, you know, look at this kind of, was the sun moving with the earth then? And the moon, and when people ask that question, they don't realise that they're the ones that have an assumption. And that assumption is that the earth and the heavenly bodies or whatever these things are separate from each other. So when they ask that question, they don't comprehend that they're the ones that are carrying over the assumption and trying to get us to answer to their assumption. If you're going to come at me and say, well, does the earth and the sun and the moon all move in unison, then that's your problem. Because what you're asserting then through that question is that your position is that the sun, the earth, the heavenly bodies, the sky, whatever it is, are separate entities that are separated from each other with no connection to each other. That's your burden, no my burden. Right? I do not see a place in reality of no thing. There's a connectedness to all things. So when they ask these questions, it's rooted in their position and their assumptions, no mine.
Yeah, we had a conversation with somebody in here last night, and that was one of the things that he brought up was that, and I don't want to misrepresent what he said, so this is not verbatim, but he was basically saying that, you know, he didn't see how the earth could be moving in an upward path of some kind, because to him the stars and the sun, the moon, and their movements wouldn't look the way that they do. And so I had pointed out to him, I said, well, what if, I said, are you considering that maybe the earth, the sun, the moon, the celestials are all part of the system itself, and it's all moving together?
Yeah.
And he was very quiet, you know, he really didn't, I don't think he
Yeah.
really thought about that.
Exactly.
But that's part of the problem.
I mean-
is I think some people aren't thinking these things through any further. You
No.
know?
I mean, it's incredulity. You know, if somebody views an automobile driving down the road in a perfectly straight line, you know, they don't comprehend that the majority of that propulsion is a rotational aspect with linear motion also involved within it. You know, but the whole thing's connected. Just because they see a particular outcome, they make all sorts of assumptions, but it's based on their assumptions and their incredulity because they don't comprehend. They don't comprehend the actual reality, nor do they comprehend the assumptions that they're making when they formulate these questions. You know? But as I say, they've got the cheek to call themselves professor. And again, if that's the state of the mind of an apparent professor, then no wonder we're in this mad cult with fucking all sorts of nonsense beliefs and claims brandished about. You know? These are the authorities, these sorts of minds. Fucking mental midgets that to me should be in a fucking mental institution.
Like you said so many times though, I think they need to understand their own mind first.
Yeah.
Before they try to understand the world around them.
Yeah. Exactly. And this is what happens, you know, people start to think you're being arrogant, and it's like, no, why should I keep lowering myself to these standards? Why should I keep having to entertain this low level of intellect, you know, that don't comprehend, you know, the reasons behind their own formulated questions? I mean, it's bizarre. And it does wear you down, you know, you just get to the point where you just can't be asked for them. And you want to just ridicule, because to me it's a contempt. No one deserves that sort of ridicule. They don't have the ability to comprehend their own mind. Why should I waste my time engaging with them?
Yeah, I go for those cycles as well.
No.
Well, and it's like, do these people not have any standards for themselves? Do they not have any respect for themselves and their own mind? You know, like, do you really want to go around people seeing you like a moron? Like, you know, just I don't know. Have some higher standards for yourself, you know, intellectually. And why do you want to act like such a fool?
Yeah. Yeah.
I already apologize for that.
No, I didn't mean that towards you.
I know. I just have to get that in there. But yeah, but people don't grasp that. You know, when they claim that about the upwards rising Earth, they think that we're rising within a separate system, and that things should be changed in perspective. They don't think everything is connected and stays relative in position.
Yeah. That's exactly it. That's the problem. This incredulity. That they don't comprehend that, you know.
You know, you have to understand a little bit based on what we were taught being raised, that we were taught that everything is, you know, the way it is, the way they believe it is.
Yeah. As I said before, you know, people have got a problem with the perception of no object moves in a downwards vector, because to them, relative to their position within the reference frame, you know, that's how they perceive things, and they always have perceived it their whole life. So when you come along and say, well, that object that you dropped didn't actually move down, but you know, there's a stumbling block there based on the life of the perception they've had of that experience, you know. But as I say, you can utilise examples and lay it out for them. It's just a matter of whether they're being, you know, honest with themselves and have an honest pursuit for understanding. But that's one of the biggest hurdles, I think. There's, again, you know, for me, people have been born into this cult, and this cult, you know, has taught them certain things about reality and their perception of reality, and they've just taken these assumptions on board and ran with them their whole life. And now they hear something maybe 30, 40, 50 years down the line that totally contradicts and defies their interpretation of their perception. So they've got a real emotional stumbling block in that regard, you know, which may, you know, it's difficult for me because I'm not one of these people, but I'm trying to surmise and trying to get into the psychology and understand them and where they're coming from, you know, and I can see that being one of them. I can see that. But at the same time, you know, when you comprehend it, things become simpler. You know, physics becomes simpler to comprehend. You know, the orientation and the conditions of reality become simpler to understand. You know, you can start to clear the fluff of all these complex concepts that they've got. You know, trying to bastardise reality and make it fit some presupposed model. You start to really uncover it and see it with real clarity, what's went on in regards to these models. So there's a beauty to that simplicity, but also there's the hurdle of getting over their own emotional attachment to the assumptions and perceptions that they've held their whole life, which to them seems simpler from that perspective, when in reality, if they actually comprehended the claims surrounding their perception, they would see how convoluted and complex that actually is.
It starts with awareness of your own thoughts, your own preconceived notions, and once you're aware of that, then you can start to sort of, peel back the onion until there's nothing left, and then you can start over again. And to me, yeah, that's a beautiful process in of itself.
Yeah.
Bill, are you at the point now where you are literally seeing the opposite take place? As far as upward rather than something going down?
Of course.
Or when you see something fall, do you still, say, hey, it's falling?
Well, it's a word, to denote a change when you say falling. Now, when I say that word, that something fell, straight away in people's minds that they've got the image that the object's a thing that's moved through space down towards the earth. Well, I don't have that perception anymore, no. I see it clearly. And as I say, I can draw upon past experiences where I had little subtle questions but never hovered on them for long. And the one thing was, dropping, whether it be a 5 litre gallon of oil, a glass of water, a cup of tea, and, noting that everything stayed in its relative position within the cup, until the impact of the earth, and then it comes flying out. And now when you look back at, things like that, you comprehend, well, it stayed in its orientation relative to the cup because it still had an upward velocity, albeit a slower velocity than it had when I was holding it. So it makes sense now in that regard, and that's the way I see it. I view everything that way now.
That made it so clear for me too, in the free falling objects, how they just maintain their position.
Yeah. Everybody's done that. Everybody's probably dropped a full cup of tea or water and, witnessed that it all stayed in the cup until there was the impact of the earth, and then it comes flying out.
Yeah, they see it, but they don't see it.
Yeah. They go to Google and Google tells them, well, everything in the cup accelerated towards the earth at the same rate. Oh, well, that's what happened. That's all I need.
Probably gives them some stupid equation.
Aye. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, can I ask you a question?
Hello?
I was contemplating, I'm constantly thinking about the acceleration part and the constant rate part.
Uh-huh.
And I had a question for you. It's not a gotcha, but I just want to see how you feel on it. Like, if you, so if we're moving it, what is it that you're so against the Earth accelerating part for? Is there a reason for that, or is
No.
that your logic?
I don't know where you're getting at. I don't know where you're getting at, because I'm
No,
not.
I'm not trying to keep that from you. I'm
No.
trying to see if I'm missing something.
Well, let me clarify. I'm not against any of that. I think the question that should be asked and people have to comprehend is, regardless of whether it's a constant motion or an acceleration, if you do not have a resistive factor, then none of them work.
Yep. I was thinking, I heard a stream that you said you were talking about something like just the concept of something floating, just like, let's just say in free space. Let's go there in our mind. So, was you saying that that inert matter can't have resistance? Or well, you was explaining something, and I
Well,
didn't quite get it.
I'll ask you two questions, Brian. Right? Can matter move on its own?
I don't think so. No.
Well, you don't think so? It's a yes or no. Either it can or it can't. Does matter move on its own?
No.
Can matter slow?
I don't know. No.
Can matter slow down on its own?
Nope.
Right. Well, there's the answer to your question. To suggest that matter can move by itself or slow down by itself is invoking that matter has some ability internally to either move or slow itself. So again, if we entertain any of that, okay, somebody says that matter can slow itself down. How does it achieve that?
I don't see how it could.
Of
I don't
course.
see how it could move on its own or slow down on its own. But wouldn't it have resistance just for the simple fact of existing?
Why?
Or what do you feel on that?
Why? So, but again, that's why I asked the questions. Matter can resist just by existing. I know you're no daft, Brian. I don't know why you've no thought about that more. Matter can resist just because it exists. So, if you were to come along and push on me, Brian, I know that I have to extend myself externally to push on the floor or grab onto the wall or, try and get some sort of friction, between me and some other medium or some other object in order for me to resist you. So it's the same with matter. How can matter resist itself or something acting on it to move it? What would be the mechanisms of that? I mean, how would you envision that would be the case?
Yeah, I was thinking of a concept like it with something already moving. If we put, say, me and you both threw a ball in free space, if we threw a ball at each other and like the balls collided, there'd be a impact, right? A force, or one of them. Let's say if one of them was stationary.
Well, let's go back, Brian. Let's go back. Sorry, your free space is your free space a void, a vacuum of no thing?
It like just a void, just in my imagination.
Well, if we imagine a void of no thing and there's an object in that, then the object has no way to resist any sort of motion or change.
What happens when the two balls collide?
Well, why would there be a resistance unless if there was absolutely equal, magnitude and size, then they would cancel each other out.
I can imagine them canceling each other out. But what if one of them's stationary and the other ball is coming at it? You don't think there'll be an impact like?
Well, it would press on it, but
the ball that
it would impact it, but the object that it impacts has no way to resist. How would it get its resistance? So let's imagine we've got an object. Let's say we'll go with your postulation. It's in a void, a vacuum of no thing, and there's two objects in there. One's perfectly stationary, and the other object's moving towards it and hits it. Now, why would the object in the vacuum or the void resist that impact?
I don't know. Maybe because it's stationary.
What's stationary got to do with it?
Well, if it was moving, like if it was moving toward the other one, they would collide.
Well, that's what I said. It depends if one's moving at a faster rate than the other one, and it's bigger or smaller or whatever. Then it would be different scenarios. But let's just take it as.
Yeah.
Let's just take the example because it
I see what you're saying now.
makes the point. If we take the example that you gave, we've got two equal-sized objects in a vacuum, in a void, with nothing surrounding them, no membrane, no base reality supporting them or any of that stuff. And one object's moving at 100 miles an hour and hits the other object. That object that it hits
So,
would.
I just ask, is there no motion in this void as well? Is it motionless?
No, yeah. I see what he's saying though now. Like in other words, it takes the motion to have the damn resistance in the first place. If something's just sitting there, how can it resist? But if we introduce the motion, then we introduce the resistance and shit.
No,
right?
but no. Even if we introduce, if there's two objects here and both are stationary, and I come along and I push on one, say we had an object that we knew here on the Earth weighed 5 tons, right? And then we move that object into the imaginary space of a void of no thing, and we've got this 5-ton object just sitting there stationary, and I come along and push it. Do you think it's going to resist my push?
Not much.
No, it's not. What would cause it to resist?
I don't know.
Nothing.
That's what I'm trying to.
There's nothing external. But there's nothing external to it to cause any sort of resistance. Resistance happens due to something external to the matter.
Yeah, I'm kind of making sense of it, man. It's a tough one to swallow. But it's like my mind keeps defaulting back to the two objects going toward each other.
Mm-hmm.
So even with the motion, they're not gonna offer resistance.
No, if the other object, if both objects are moving opposed to each other, towards each other, and both have a velocity, then there's going to be an effect to that, but no a resistive effect. It's just going to cause a deflection because the two objects can't occupy the same space. But the point is if there's just one object suspended in 3-dimensional space, supported by nothing, surrounded by nothing, in a void, and I come along and I push on that object, there'll be no pressure on my finger as I touch that object. There'll be the feeling of me pressing on it, but it has nothing to resist me pushing on it. Unless you're going to say that it can resist that push by itself, then comes the question, how's it achieving that? When we know...
Get to the object to push on it if there's no resistance in the first place.
Well, this
Just kidding.
well, this is a point.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sense of it, man.
It's because Brian, we know how things function in reality, and then we're taking our minds to some other, place and removing all that stuff. And it's a discussion.
I get you, man. It's something that you said that kind of I was thinking on it and trying to make sense of it. Do you agree that if two balls are in this place that really doesn't exist, but just for thought's sake, if there's a spring in between them, floating, and they go towards each other, and they both hit each end of the spring, will they compress the spring?
Well, if both have a velocity, but if one's stationary and the other one impacts it, then why would the spring compress when the object has no way to resist the motion?
Okay, but if they're both moving toward each other and they both hit each end of the spring at one time,
well, then the spring would be being compressed, but then the spring's being compressed by two forces acting at both ends.
Okay.
But if you cheat,
I think I'm thinking about.
but get back to your original scenario because that paints the picture better. One object is stationary and the other one's moving. So say this, Brian, let's understand it like this. Say we use your example again. Now we're in the void and we've got two balls and we place the balls right next to each other so they're touching each other. And in between those two, we put a little scale, a measure of weight, of resistance, right? And then we start pushing one of the balls so that it's pushing the other ball. Then you would have no reading of weight or resistance between the two of them because the object that's being pushed has no way to resist the emotion.
I see what you're saying, man. But it's so if we're both out in the vacuum and there's a punching bag just floating,
Yeah.
we can punch it as hard as we want to, and nothing's gonna happen to it, basically.
Well, it will move.
I see what you're saying, but in other words, you know what resist. I get that concept. It's just tough to fully think through, man, for me.
It's because we're trying to ascribe the inertia of matter to the matter itself, and that's the problem. And it's an absurd postulation because resistance is just the same as the force acting on it. It's external. To say that you comprehend that matter cannot move of its own volition, you comprehend that it's an external factor that acts upon it. Well, a slowing down is an acceleration just the same. So if it's slowing down or it's resisting, it's because there's some other factor resisting. The matter
That makes more sense, man. Like, what was that question? Can you ask it again?
Oh, did I ask a question there? I don't know.
What was your question again?
I don't know. Did I ask it? I don't know if I asked a question there. I can't remember.
I didn't think you did either, but it's making more sense to me now. So in other words, if something's already moving, like the ball's moving toward the spring, something put it in motion, and then it's gonna react. They'll react to each other. But that makes more sense. But something that's just sitting there in outer space, it's got no way to resist.
No.
There's nothing to resist. There's no medium or no nothing. There's no way for it to resist.
Nope.
On its own.
Nope. And if you go in and you have that conversation with ChatGPT and you ask it, like Adam, is inertia a property of matter? It's going to come back and say yes. But see, before that, if you ask it questions like, can matter move of itself? Or yada yada, it's going to agree. So then it comes back and it says inertia is an intrinsic property of matter. And then I'll say to you, that's absurd. That's just the same as saying that matter has the ability to move by itself, and it comes back saying, oh yeah, I see what you're saying, that's correct. We use that as a concept to explain the behaviour of matter. It's not that matter actually has an intrinsic property within it that allows it to resist its own motion. That's an absurd concept. Because as I say, I resist you pushing me by extending my arms out, digging into the ground, using something else to resist your push. If there's nothing surrounding me and you come along and push me, then there's going to be no weight to me because there's nothing surrounding me that causes the matter of my body to resist that force. So that's the point. That's the point. Well, that's the point I'm making to these people that talk about when I say there's a constant of the earth, because I can see air bubbles rising at a constant, things decelerating at a constant. But in my postulation, there's two factors. There's the motion of the earth and there's the resistive factor, whatever that is, which is a mystery. Then people come along and say, well, no, the earth would have to be constantly accelerating in order to achieve weight. My question straight back to them is, okay, well, in your model of a constantly accelerating earth to achieve weight, what causes the matter to resist the acceleration? Because you need it. And they just run away.
Yep.
And they obfuscate from that point.
Let me ask you this then. And I'm not just asking these questions. I'm a thinker anyway. I like to ask questions just see how you think. I understand the concept. All that makes sense to me. I'm just kind of taking it a little like an extra, pretty much unnecessary notch. But so like if something was going up, once again, this ain't really a real scenario. It's just kind of a thought process because I don't think there'd be even enough room to even do this in reality. But what if something was moving up and accelerating, let's say at 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah.
If it were moving up against whatever happening, would the weight like slowly increase
Yes.
as it accelerated?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it would.
Of course it does. You can test that for yourself.
Because and I was thinking this. I was like, if you take a motor, if we're going to say an acceleration, let's think of a gas pedal in a car with a motor, and you park it up against a wall, and you're pressing with a constant force that if the wall wasn't there, you'd be going at a constant speed, and but the wall is there, and so to accelerate, you gotta push harder on the gas pedal.
Yeah.
Which means you're going to put more and more force on that wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, if you were to stand on a scale right now, Brian, and I started accelerating you upwards at an ever increasing velocity, a constant increase, then what you call your weight is going to increase, according to that acceleration.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I don't see how that couldn't happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That kind of backs up the notion that the weight could be caused with or would actually be caused with a constant motion.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
because
fast enough motion.
Because these people are discounting inertia. You've got two factors. You've got the motion and then you've got inertia, resistance to the motion. And this is a line of questioning where you can highlight the absurdity in their claim when they come to me and tell me that the Earth would need to be constantly accelerating. And then my question back to them is, okay, well, let me look at your constantly accelerating Earth. Now, what accounts for the resistance of matter? Because if you don't have a resistive factor to matter, you can accelerate it to light speed all you like, you're still never going to achieve weight.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And I was thinking about that. I was thinking, like I put myself out in the void. If I was accelerating with nothing, relative to nothing, how would I even know that I was accelerating? You know?
Exactly.
It's
But
I don't know.
But if you had a medium there that was causing the resistance to that motion, you would feel it. Like if I put you in a body of water and I push you slowly through it, you can feel the resistance. If I now start accelerating you through that body of water at an ever increasing velocity, you're going to fucking feel that resistance on you. And you know that it's the medium that's surrounding you that's causing it. But if you take all mediums away and apply the acceleration to that object, then it's not going to resist. You'll never achieve the weight between the object and the thing that's pushing on it without a resistive factor.
Yeah, they think. See, I don't believe that. That makes sense to me, because I don't believe. To me, I don't know how you feel about this, but I don't think that. I don't know, man. I got mixed thoughts, really. But if you put something in motion in this place that we keep going to me, it's gonna stop. But then again, how could it stop?
No.
So do you think that object in motion will absolutely stay in motion?
In a vacuum.
Unless acted on by.
Aye, if there's nothing surrounding it, and it's in a true empty space of no thing, then the object will just continue on its path.
Yeah, that's one that I'm kind of contemplating in my mind lately. Like, would something move? Because I could make sense of it either way, to be honest. That does make sense. That what could stop it? If there's, if it can't move on its own volition, it can't accelerate, go or stop. Let's just say.
Yeah.
I can make sense like that.
Exactly. And that's where they draw.
Go ahead.
The greater mass would be the greater resistance, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
It's really tough to comprehend like something with no resistance at all, even in a void. Like maybe it's the way I'm programmed, but it's tough to comprehend that.
Well,
I mean,
you just have to.
Take to its logical conclusion, makes sense, but it's tough.
Well, this is the problem though, Brian. If somebody's going to assert to me that matter causes its own inertia, then show me it, extract it, show me the mechanisms of how it's achieving that. Because as far as I'm concerned, as a lived being, then I know that these things are affected externally, and there's no way that anybody can escape that. And just because, you know, we don't know right now, I mean, people have postulated that the globe Earth is space-time, people say ether, you know, to me there is a fundamental aspect, there's another layer to reality that's there, and we can witness it by, you know, if I create a vacuum chamber here on Earth and I put a rotation or an accelerated system in there, then whatever's being accelerated, we're going to witness the resistance even in a vacuum. So it's not down to air.
Yeah, but if a 100-ton ball is in the void and
Mhm.
it's heading towards a 1-pound ball,
Yeah.
and they're both going the same speed, what's going to happen when they meet?
What do you mean what's going to happen when they meet? I mean, what's weight? Again, the weight is relative to motion and resistance. Weight's not an intrinsic property of matter.
Okay, well, let's just say this then. We got the Empire State Building and a little puppy, a Christmas puppy. And they're both in the void, and they're both going the same rate towards each other. What's going to happen when they meet?
Negate each other.
Yeah.
But how do you establish that motion in a void in the first place? Would you not have to act on it from outside the void to
No,
get the motion,
let's-
and then insert it into the void?
But let's just strip it back again. Again, it's just asking the simple questions. If we are in a void and anybody wants to assert that the matter would resist the motion, what is the cause of the resistance?
That's what I'm trying to work out, you know.
Well, what you're
Yeah,
left
that's right. The question you asked.
Well, what you're left with, Brian, if somebody's going to assert that there would be resistance, the only thing you're left with is the matter is causing its own resistance with no external attachment to anything else. That is just beggars any sort of... I can't even imagine that sort of nonsense, Brian.
I get that, man, but I'm trying to understand. Like I feel like I'm missing something, but you didn't. I'm not sure if you answered or not. I didn't get the. What would happen if the Empire State Building and the puppy? When they met? What would happen? I don't know if I missed the answer, but I feel like I'm missing something.
Well,
in your mind, what do you think would happen? I know this
well,
ain't a real place.
Well, do the two objects have inertia? In the vacuum and the void?
What?
Would the two objects have inertia in the void?
I don't know.
No.
No. Because...
They're moving. Like he brought up, you know, it would have took some force to get them in motion in a different place, in a different realm. But I'm just jumping steps. So after whatever put it in motion, and the Empire State Building's moving toward the puppy, and what would happen? I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to see what you think. You know?
Well, you're trying to imagine there would be some sort of impact. So let's say we had a ton ball in the Empire State Building flying towards it in a void in a vacuum. In people's minds, they would imagine that the Empire State Building is going to hit into the ball and bits of the building is going to smash and break, right? But the only way that ball has any sort of impact on that building is as if it can resist the motion coming towards it. Because its weight, like a wrecking ball here, has what we call weight because it's within the reference frame and attached to the earth. The inertia is present, right? So it has an impact. But if you remove it from that scenario and you place it in an imaginary realm where all there is the wrecking ball, its mass, and nothing surrounding it, then how can it impact anything with any sort of weight?
What happens when they meet though? In my mind, the Empire State Building is gonna like the puppy and the Empire State Building are gonna go towards the direction the Empire State Building.
Of course.
Maybe it might slow it down a little bit. It
No,
probably will,
how? But that's the point, Brian, and I agree. The Empire State Building would hit the ball and it would all just move in that same direction. Now you says it would maybe slow the Empire State Building down a little bit. How would it achieve that?
From that motion, whatever force puts that thing in motion.
No. you said that when the Empire State Building hits the ball, it would slow down the Empire State Building slightly. How would it slow it down?
Well, because it was already in motion. I was thinking that whatever force put it in motion would have gave it the resistance. You know what I'm saying?
No.
That's the way I worked it out in my mind, anyway.
No, I don't understand. I don't.
On its own, I think whatever caused it to move in the first place would be what offered that. You know.
No, I don't understand that at all, because if the Empire State Building was put into motion at 100 miles per hour, it would continue moving at 100 miles per hour. Then it would come into contact with a ton ball and push the ton ball in that same direction. Now, the Empire State Building would not slow down at all, because in order for it to slow down, the ball that it impacted must have inertia, the ability to resist the Empire State Building moving and pushing on it. So in a void or a vacuum or nothing surrounding it, where's it going to get that resistance? It wouldn't.
From the motion.
What motion?
It would.
So,
Two Empire State Buildings for
So-
each other. Would they just?
no, stop, Brian, stop, because you run away. Listen, in the scenario that you gave, an Empire State Building moving at 100 miles per hour in a void, in a vacuum, and it comes into contact with another object in a void, in a vacuum, why would the Empire State Building slow down?
Why would the other thing go in reverse?
What?
Why would the other thing that was heading at it all of a sudden switch direction? Same reason. Whatever is causing that.
Oh, no, we're conflating two different scenarios. I thought you were talking about the ball being a stationary object and the Empire State Building heading towards the ball.
Yeah, no. So, okay, good. Because I was wondering why. Okay, so now, what do you think would happen if they were both going at the same rate towards each other, like a little something small, like a puppy? I was just joking with a Christmas puppy, but just say like a BB and something the size of the Empire State Building, both going at the same rate towards each other. What would happen when they met?
Well, if there's nothing to give weight to the mass, then they would negate each other.
For me, it sounds like you're actually describing perfectly elastic collisions.
Yeah.
With no loss of anything.
Yeah.
It seems really weird to take these ideas of your experience with matter and how it reacts and keep placing them in this mythical void.
Yeah.
And expecting the same results.
Just curious, it helps me get an understanding of different things. If I can get a good comprehension on the way he perceives it, really, the way he makes sense of it. He makes good sense of other things. I'm just trying to see.
No, the burden. See,
in my mind.
well, see,
I'm trying to solve.
the burden's not really for me to answer, Brian, because I accept that matter has inertia, resistance to motion.
Sure.
As I explained to you, let me finish. This all started with a question about, why I've got an issue with the accelerating Earth people, right? My issue is that. Now, if matter has no way to resist, you can accelerate it to 9.8 meters per second, whatever you want, then you're never going to get what we call weight. Because weight is the matter's resistance to the motion. Now, without a factor of the resistance, you wouldn't achieve weight regardless of the size of the mass you had. Unless you're going to say that weight is caused by mass, and then start applying circular reasoning, and it all comes down to the fact that, well, the matter itself has the ability to do these things just because it's matter. That doesn't answer anything, and it's a fallacious way to look at it. What?
If you spun something, you don't think spin it fast enough to put pressure or stress on it?
Eh?
Like if you spun something, instead of thinking it in linear, what if you spun something in that same, to me, matter has to have some type of inertia, but then again, if it's not moving, I don't know, that's why I'm kind of stuck.
Well, Brian,
Kind of stuck in my mind.
we'll ask the questions then. If we possibly, because again, I'm not putting anything on the table here, I'm asking questions. If matter has its own inertia, How does it achieve that?
That's a good question, man. I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you should be asking yourself these questions then.
Yeah, I know, but it's hard to comprehend, like, two things heading towards each other and at the same rate, and nothing happens. When they touch, they just go through each other.
No, they would deflect. They would deflect. No, they would deflect because no two pieces of matter can occupy the same space.
Okay.
It would be like a perfect collision.
That's what you were saying about electric collision. Okay, I'm with you. So you're saying
And
that
it
we're
wouldn't matter
basically
if problematic because there is no mass or weight. They're both identical, no matter. In that scenario of your empty void.
That makes sense, dude. I feel like I just solved that contradiction in my own mind right there. I should have got it right when you said elastic collision, but it did. But yeah, so they would just deflect off each other basically.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I can go with that.
That's not what I thought it was. I thought it would need to be a massive equal or greater to deflect it. That's what I thought anyway.
But well, that's because
There's no greater or lesser mass in your empty void. They're all the same.
That's Andy. It's because
Something.
it's
no
because
mass has a weight.
it's because you know we're talking about an imaginary place that Brian's talking about, and you've got a comprehension of how things behave here in actual reality. But it's useful, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is in regards to the initial question. The problem with people saying that the Earth has to constantly accelerate, because they're telling me that in order to achieve weight, you need the Earth to be constantly accelerating. Now my point to them is no, in my proposition there's two factors. There's inertia, resistance to motion, and the motion of the Earth. Now in their model, I'm asking them, what is the cause of resistance? Because if you don't have a resistive factor, you can accelerate the Earth reference frame 9.8 metres per second, 1,000 metres per second if you like per second. You're still not going to achieve what we know as weight because there's got to be a resistive factor there. Now the question comes, now the question's there, is the resistive factor because of something external to the matter or because the matter has some internal ability to resist motion? Now, logically and practically, from my position, matter cannot do anything of its own, and it only reacts to external forces on it.
That would be a force though, but it was what? Go ahead, Andy. I'm sorry.
No. A force. No. It wouldn't be a force because a force is motion. A force is something that's moving and acting.
I'm thinking that a force is something that puts something in motion. So you think that something moving itself is a force, or something that puts something in motion?
No, once this is what I tried to explain before. Now, in order to put something in motion, you have to use motion. Right? Now when you put that thing in motion, that thing's in motion, ergo it's a force. It's an infinite regress.
Okay.
You can't escape that. Show me motion being caused by something not moving.
I can't.
Right. So motion causes motion. So motion is force. Force is motion. It's a word and the two things are the same. So when matter's in motion and it acts upon other matter, then it's a force acting because it's moving.
Something's wrong, man.
No, it's not.
I'm right back in that place.
No.
I mean, in my mind, something's wrong. Like I'm right back in that place. I solved it and bam, I just fell right back into it, dude.
Right. Well, you know, even if F equals ma, what does that say to you, Brian?
Mass times acceleration is so if you take a mass and you accelerate it, that's the question. That is so is the mass accelerating the force? So okay, I see what you're saying, infinite regressor. Okay, I'm back out the hole.
Aye.
So in other words, something had to be moving to get that damn thing moving in the first place. So
Yes.
it doesn't matter which way you look at it. It's
Yes.
the same
So
thing, right?
So to understand F equals ma, it's because they've got the F and then equals ma. What they're telling you is the word force that they're given and they're using is the word that explains matter and motion. Because it's the matter and motion is what is denoted as force. And people think force, people think it's a separate thing. Force is something that causes motion. No, motion is the force. So motion causes more motion, and it's a regress from that. So if something...
It's a regress. Okay, that makes sense. I'm back out the conundrum, dude.
Yeah.
So in other words, if the force equals the mass times the acceleration, then yeah, you need motion just to cause that motion. So that is the measure. That is the measure of the force. The mass accelerating equals that force. So,
Yes, because the word, people get confused with the word force. They think it's something separate from motion. It's not. It's an equation just to explain. You know, so depending on how much mass there is and how fast it's moving, they'll attribute that as a certain amount of force. But all they have is the matter and motion, and utilising the language to ascribe it to it. The only thing we have in reality is change. We observe change, which is motion. Something changes, it means something moved. And then we ascribe these terminologies like energy and force and yada yada, momentum and all this stuff. All there ever is a change. Now, as an infinite regress, because as I keep saying, show me something moving with no cause. You can't. Something moved to cause a knock-on effect of that moving, and then that moved, and it caused that to move, and then that moved because that moved, and bang, 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 bang. And that's how reality functions. Same as every machine. Same as everything that we've ever created.
And it had to start with something, I'm with you. And even if, like I was going to say heat earlier to get the motion, but to get the heat, you require the damn motion. But let me ask you another question, man. And I appreciate you answering these and stuff, man, because I know they're kind of off the wall little scenarios and shit, but it's helping me, man. Like, how do you define energy? Like, or
motion.
I would define it like is
motion.
Like disequilibrium.
No, energy is motion.
So that's the definition. That's how you define energy as motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, what else is it then? Show me energy.
I don't know, man. I was trying to group it all, a bunch of shit in one bag.
But this is what they've done.
But that wouldn't require motion, though. So you're kind of taking it down to a more basic definition that explains everything. Because even the disequilibrium would take motion no matter what. So that's a good answer.
Well, as you know, I try to have this conversation with people at Flatzoid and running around in circles, because you know, if somebody's going to assert to me that energy is a thing, well, isolate it and show me it.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but trust me, I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to make sense of this. So that's what separates me from somebody like Flatzoid and all that. Like, I'm not just arguing to argue. I'm genuinely asking questions and making progress in my own mind with the things that I was kind of stuck on.
Well, people will look and say, oh well, petrol that I put in my car is energy. No, it's not. It's petrol. It's a substance, right? But you have to have motion in order to create a reaction. That, you know, or a wind a spring up. People say it's got potential energy. No, it's not. It has restrained motion, because if I remove the pin, then it's going to recoil, and all I've done is restrained the motion. You know, energy and force are just words that are ascribed to matter and motion. You know, so
that's a good example.
There's nobody. You know, this is like energy can be created, can never be created, can never be destroyed. It transfers from one thing. No. All there is the ability to do work. That's a better phrasing for it. And what that means is that motion's going to happen. If you do something to this, then motion's going to be caused. And everything is an infinite regress of a knock-on effect. It's the principles of all practical engineering and all mechanicality, right? Leverage. You don't have motion without motion in the first place.
That was epic, dude, the way you defined energy and put it at its basic thing just by saying motion. And then you backed it up with an example, saying like a spring and potential energy. Yeah, motion. You
Yeah.
that was like a perfect example of your definition,
Yeah.
which made a lot of sense.
Well, that's it. That's the truth. People get tied up in these words because they create concepts in their mind and little depictions in their mind. Now, as I keep saying, well, you know, I had this derogatory laughter from certain people when I said motion causes motion. And they say, no, force causes motion. And I say, okay, show me force. Show me force without motion. You can't, because you can't separate the two. They don't comprehend that the word force is a word that's ascribed to matter and motion. It's not a thing. Force is not a thing that you can isolate separate from matter and say there it's there. Nor is energy. You cannot, extract energy and isolate it from matter. It's a concept to explain matter and motion, how it affects other matter, yada yada. When change happens, when motion happens. That's why they say...
So taking it...
What?
Go ahead, sir.
No, on you go.
I was going to say, like, taking it down to a fundamental level, like when we're talking now, no longer talking about inanimate matter, talking about life itself. Life itself is almost motion, man. It's
Of course.
like no matter how far down we looked in a microscope, when the spark of life, whatever God does to create us, like it just starts a motion that starts cascading into more and more motions, man.
Well, you're clinically dead when they cannot detect motion.
Yeah, I heard that. No, if you think about it too, with like the 0 point energy or whatever, I'm trying to go off the rails, but like if you could never reach absolute zero because you couldn't have matter itself without some type of temperature, and so something would have to be completely still. It's like matter almost wouldn't even exist without temperature. And do you think like things are like vibrating at a fundamental level, like within solid shit?
Well,
How do you feel on that?
this is when we start getting into conceptual ideas of what gives matter.
Yeah, it's conceptual, bro. I'm not trying to hold you to some of these questions. They're just trying to see how you think, man. I
don't
love the topic.
Aye, I think it's more important that we all comprehend this terminology that we're using, force, energy, yada yada, and the simplicity of it. Same as push-pull. Everything comes right down to simplisticness, because that's what it is. That's the true reality. There's no pull. Everything's leverage. Something pushes on something else in order to cause a motion, and in order for a motion to be caused, something else had to move. And we come right down to the fundamentals. And if we look at the human body, this is where we start to see the bridge between the metaphysical and the physical, because we understand the principles of motion and leverage. Now I can trace all that through my body, from wiggling my finger. I can look at the tendons, the push mechanisms there, the leverage all the way up my hand, all the way to my wrist, up to my elbow, up to my shoulder, up to my neck. And then we get to a point where we say, well, there's no more levers anymore. So what caused the motion in the first place? And then we come into the realms of metaphysics, because it's a thought. And now, people will say, well, there's an electrical impulse for the brain, so they're still saying a motion of some kind. But what induced the electrical impulse? What told the electrical impulse to move in a particular direction? Your will, your volition. So this is where you start to see, when you comprehend these things, you can trace it right back to a merging of a metaphysical and a physicality. Because
it's got to wind up there, kind of, man. That's a trip, dude.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you answering all these questions, man. It's a hell of an interesting topic. It sounds like you're, you go with practical realities, like you're good with all the laws of motion, anything we can demonstrate and stuff like that. Am I right to say that?
Well, I mean, you don't have to be an expert. Everything's simple. If something moved to make it move.
No getting around that.
That's it. I mean,
Like, right. Would you say that Dell demonstrates that truth doesn't fear any scrutiny?
Say again? I missed the beginning.
Wouldn't you say that Dell demonstrates truth fears no scrutiny?
Yeah, sure, it's like their fucking defense is up. So, excuse my language, but it's like a guarded wall with some people to make sure that they don't say something. You know, it's like crazy. That's why I like talking to Dell every now and then, because I can ask some of the deeper questions, man, and he will go to these places with me and answer them the way he equates reality, man. And that's why I like talking to Dell, man.
Agreed.
It's impossible asking some people questions, man. Like FPD. What would be the point in asking them anything at all, man? All they're gonna do is chop off the conversation as quick as they can. They'll chop it off at the ankles if possible. You know, it's ridiculous, dude.
And the ad homs, and you notice that Dell doesn't use the ad homs. He just tells you the truth as he knows it.
Well, look,
If you're being genuine, he'll be patient with you, man. If he thinks it's bullshit, then
Well,
that's when you'll get aggravated.
I'm going to highlight some bullshit right now. You know, get Ken Langaloy here again in the chat. You need push to get something moving. Right? Oh, where was that other? Wait a minute, hold on a minute.
Yeah, a second ago, Dell, he said force is push, not motion.
It's the same thing. I mean, this is the problem. I've just highlighted it. You know, force is push, not motion. Well, in order for something to push on something else, it has to be in motion in order to push it. So force is the push. Force is the motion. I mean, this is what I'm saying with people. You can explain it so simply and take them through the processes, and they still come back acting like, you know, they've got something that you've missed. I've expressed it plain and simply. It's bizarre.
Ryan, if you want to, I have another example of what Del said about motion being, or energy is motion. Imagine a car going at 50 miles an hour, hits a wall, and then another car at 100 miles an hour hits a wall. Obviously, the car that was going 100 miles an hour has more energy, you know, that's being put into the wall. Well, what caused the higher, more energy? It's the motion of the car.
That's a good regression, actually.
I'd like to ask a question to the people who do say that they don't think a constant motion can lead to weight and resistance. The people that say it would have to be accelerating. So let's talk about reality. We're not in a vacuum. We're in our reality where matter is affected by inertia. If you're in a free fall scenario, so there's no vector quantity acting on you, and you have an accelerometer, and you put that accelerometer into motion with a constant, the matter inside that accelerometer is going to resist your initial acceleration from static relative to your position to moving. Now you're at a constant, moving the accelerometer. What is the external factor that would make that matter stop resisting your constant? It has to be something external because it's inanimate matter. It can't do anything on its own.
Say the last part of that again, because I like where you're going. I'm trying to follow you. The very last part, I missed it.
So you have the accelerometer in a constant. You just put it into motion, a constant, and it's definitely going to initially resist because you're going from nothing to a constant motion. So there's an acceleration right there. So it's going to resist that. But it's the people who say that it has to be accelerating say that the matter would stop resisting you at a constant. Well, what is the external thing that would make that matter stop resisting you? When you're standing on Earth, the external thing is another force acting that makes it stop resisting, that makes the accelerometer go back to, the centered position. But if there is no other force acting, what would make that matter stop resisting you? It's inanimate. It has to be something external. What would it be?
What could it be?
Well, that's the investigation. That's the mystery as far as I'm concerned.
To me, an acceleration means an addition. An addition. So if you're accelerating, like I said, when I was using the example, I asked Dell that question earlier, like if I was accelerating up faster and faster and faster, in reality, it's gonna be more and more pressure on me, man. Or if I'm just parked against a wall, if I'm adding more and more force to accelerate more, just the wall's stopping me. But if the wall wasn't there, it's kind of the same scenario. I'm just kind of exaggerating it with the wall. So if I'm pushing on the gas pedal harder and harder, I'm putting more and more pressure on that wall. So that's how I kind of deep down made sense of getting weight or whatever with a constant motion. And they equate acceleration like they equate it to a change in direction, which is okay, but it's with a constant. But then they want to say a constant velocity. They want to try and separate the two. You know, when they're talking about not feeling the motion of Earth, they're talking about it's a constant velocity of rotation. Bullshit, man. It's you want to call that an acceleration in one example, and then act like it's constant in the other. If it's an acceleration, it's an acceleration. Period, man.
It's very simple. It's very simple to these people. All they have to do is, you know, use the vertical, put a weight on a scale, and accelerate it upwards, and shows a constant weight from that acceleration. It's not going to happen. Yet if I stand on a scale and move it upwards at a steady 50 miles per hour, my weight stays the same. Because there's two factors, motion and resistance to it.
In order for a weight scale to register anything, it needs to be sandwiched between motion and inertia.
Yep.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder how many people carry over things from, you know, their past and explanations regarding forces and energies, motions and all this, with the overwhelming narrative that pretty much everything you hear is experiencing the constant acceleration due to gravity.
Yeah.
And therefore they've dragged much of this over.
Yeah. But the thing is, Andrew, you know, that acceleration that they talk about, you know, when the object hit the Earth and the object meet, there's an acceleration, that initial change. And I don't know if that's what they're equating, you know, but once
They're saying you experience the effect, they're not saying you're actually accelerating.
Yeah.
In that scenario with the car up against the wall, right, that you were talking about, and you're saying you're applying pressure to the gas pedal.
Yeah.
Now, you're only going to be able to apply pressure to a certain point, and then the tires are going to break traction, correct? And they're just going to start spinning. Now, is that because the forces were equal at that point? I mean, the pressure up against the wall versus the wall exerting its pressure against the car? Or is it because it broke traction and it's no longer in solid connection with the upward motion anymore? Do you try and get where I'm going with that?
I think as well also, you know, we can't keep conflating effects of linear motion perpendicular to the vector, because that's a whole other discussion. You know, I don't know why these people keep bringing in linear examples when we're talking about the vertical. Use vertical examples and see what happens.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, but wait, I think you might have just put me back in conundrum la la land. When you just said that if you're going up, and if you go like 50 miles an hour at a constant 50 miles an hour up, that you're going to have a constant weight. But hold on. If it's a constant upward motion that gave us that weight, would that be an extra weight? Like say if I went 1,000 miles an hour at a constant rate upwards, wouldn't it add weight to my
initially?
What I'm
Initially, yes, as you set off just like an elevator. As it starts to, and then it becomes a constant. So you do get an increase in weight initially, just as it gets up to speed, because that's the initial acceleration.
dude, I'd like to find a better elevator because, like I said, it did seem to show that scale was accurate to like the hundredth of a gram, and it was moving around a little bit. But if you average it out, it was showing an increase in weight. The little device that I put on the scale, and for anybody who didn't see it, I just went in the elevator like 27 stories, or it was like, I think I went up 20 floors. But I zeroed out the scale and put the device on the scale at 0, and then went up, and obviously it jumped up a lot when I first took off. But then it leveled off a little bit, but it never got down to 0 until it stopped. It stayed positive. Even though it was a little bit, it did seem to stay positive.
Well, you can
at a constant rate.
But you can
that
climb.
That does lend to the fact that
You can climb the stairs and see that happening, because when you climb stairs or go up an incline, you're having to constantly overcome that rate, so you're accelerating at every step you take. If you were to put a scale plate under each step, as you accelerated yourself up to the next step, you would see an increase in what you call your weight, because you're having to accelerate past that speed that you're already doing with the reference frame. That makes sense?
And that lended to the fact that with a constant motion, you will get the weight. You know, to me, that's kind of what that linked. But I want to find a better, more steady elevator.
Listen, let me clarify it. Let me clarify it, right? So when these people were coming at me saying the Earth can't be in a constant motion because you wouldn't achieve weight, what they're doing is they're using a linear example of constant acceleration opposed to the vector and try to utilise that, right? Now, when I say to them, right, okay, but the fact of the matter is that, you know, I'm accounting for what we call inertia. Now, if there's no inertia, the Earth reference frame could move at a constant rate, or it could accelerate exponentially without the matter resisting the acceleration, the motion, the force. Then you're never going to achieve any sort of weight because there's nothing to resist. So all matter would be equal in what we call weight. But matter is proportional and it's to its mass, you know, and that resistance. And we witness that. But if there's no factor of resistance, which you must have in your model, regardless of whether you're going to say it's accelerating or at a constant, then the matter has, you're never going to, a ton boulder and a little house brick are going to have the same amount of what we call weight, because there's nothing to resist. So
exactly, Dale, in either of the models, accelerating or constant, they can't achieve that, which is why they have the Earth be the resistance and then say you could be constantly accelerated into it. Yeah. Because they know you need this resistance.
Yeah.
None of those scenarios, constant or accelerating, would achieve weight without it.
Nope. Nope.
That's kind of what I gleaned earlier, though, like what you meant with the inertia and all that. It made sense.
Not only that, you know, if what we've done in the tests by accelerating a vessel up with an air bubble rising in it, we see that the relationship with the air bubble and the acceleration, the air bubble correlates to that acceleration and gets faster as it rises through the medium. Now, when we watch an air bubble rising, you know, stationary relative to us on the Earth, it's rising at a constant rate. If the Earth was truly accelerating, then that air bubble would be rising through the medium faster and faster and faster and faster. But it doesn't. And we can test that. You know.
Another question, man. A genuine question is like would helium, if we had helium, let's say we filled a beach ball and put it at the bottom of the ocean, let's say it's a mile deep, and we put a beach ball full of helium and full of air, would the helium rise faster or would it just rise stronger? Now, I'm not getting nothing. That's a question. Just wondering if you ever thought of anything like that.
Well, again, because they're different densities and might be a different displacement rate. I mean, I don't know. I've not done that test, Brian, but you know, test it and see if it gets exponentially quicker and quicker and quicker.
That'd be a good test to do. It might just get stronger, you know. Of course, it's going to have more lift. Well, that would kind of insinuate that it would have to be faster. But I don't know. I've never tried that. But I'd like to try something like that to see if the helium would in fact indeed push out of the water faster, you know? It seems like it would.
I know that there have been tests done with hydrogen and helium. You may want to look down that path. It's a similar thing. You know, that doesn't have to be in water to be rising in your bubble.
That's true, that's true.
You can use hydrogen and helium. And so if you want to have a look into that, that's right.
Okay, that makes sense, man. In other words, even in air, it's just going to be less of a drag. But if the hydrogen would rise faster than the helium, if I'm not mistaken. So that would insinuate
So I can say there are examples on it if you want to go and check it out.
You'd say the hydrogen would like in a balloon in air would rise faster.
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying there are examples of hydrogen and helium and the lifting capacity and the rates at which they rise. If you want to look into it, go for it.
You know, if anybody has looked into it, you save me the time. I trust you.
Listen, I'm gonna get now. We're on here for 4 hours, jeez oh. Back to the old days.
I appreciate you extending your time for me, man. I
No worries. Is it?
Very good.
Cheers, mate. Is there anybody else that is anything they want to bring up before I go? I'll give you the opportunity.
No, I just want to say thanks for listening and sharing your knowledge, Del. We really appreciate it, brother.
No worries, mate.
Have a great day. You and your family.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks for coming on, Del. Appreciate talking to you, mate, and happy Christmas and all that.
Same. No worries. Appreciated.
Yeah, I want to extend that to everybody here.
See you, Dale. Take care.
No worries. Take care, Amanda. Cheers for coming, Nellis.
Cheers, man.
Everybody else. JC,
Sure.
Andrew, John,
Good, mate.
Roman, Nellis. Take it easy. Right, cheers everybody. As I say, people can contact me. You know, people that can running about acting the big shot. Stop prancing about the place, son. I'm here for the discussion anytime you like. You're the one that's creating this dichotomy as if there's some battle going on. The only one that's created a battle is you, son. Right? And it's clearly obvious to everybody. Right? So rather than running about trying to create a division and some sort of dichotomy in camps, like a wee bitch, like a wee fucking bitchy, insecure, irrational woman, why don't you just fucking be a man? Contact me like a fucking man and come in and have a discussion with me like a fucking man and stop prancing about the gaff. Alright? Weakling. So you can act a fucking big man all you like. You know it and I know it that you're weak. I'm here anytime. 4 hours I've been here for. 4 fucking hours. There he is again, asking why I'm buying into the final experiment. I mean, this is the type of fucking little prick that I've got to deal with. You know, the final experiment is of no consequence to me. I have give no fucks about it whatsoever. Don't have a position in it. Don't care. But we fanny balls weakling Ken wants to create stories and narratives because he's nothing but a little sweetie wife, a little troublemaker, a little bitch that causes nothing but issues between people because he's too insecure to be a stand-up man with a set of balls and have fucking self-respect and respect for other people and address them properly and speak to them rationally and logically. Ken is an issue for the whole world. He's a representative of the rest of the fuckwits out there in reality. The inability to be secure in himself. So stop prancing, you bunch of fucking weak, inbred cretins, and fucking step up, right? The fact of the matter is you're no a man. You don't have the intellectual capabilities to reason with me. You don't have any self-respect, ergo you don't have respect for other people. So I'm going to keep treating you like a little fucking sweetie mouth bitch. Because that's exactly what you are. Merry Christmas, you fucking imbecile. Anyhow, to the rest of yous, thank you very much, and I'll catch yous all very, very soon. Take care of yourselves.